Yeah, that should be everything then. And into the game. We've got no other things that need doing. I think Discord's volume is decent. We'll soon find out. The tab is not muted. Someone drops in, we'll hear. I have the Yakuza series in chronological order on my PS4 now, in a folder. So convenient. It's amazing to see the whole series here. Blows my mind. There was a time when this franchise was dead in the West. Pretty cool. Anyway, that's not what we're playing. We're playing Spyro. After all that, yeah, we're playing Spyro. Just chilling out for a bit, having a chill day. Been in work the past 4 days. Just want to chill out for a bit. I hear a Discord sound. Oh, no way. Your mic appears to be muted. But how's it going, man? Hey, Draven, nearly home. Cool, cool. So we're going to be on Spyro 1. I haven't finished Spyro 1 yet. 73%. I figure this is good as a game as any, just to kick back today, just to chill out. Take a load off. Oh, that's right. I turned the music off, didn't I? Yeah, because I was watching anime when I was playing this last. So I turned the music off. Right, so I've got to remember what levels I've done. What levels I need... Right, I haven't entered any levels in this world yet. I'm missing 10 gems. Righto. Oh god, 30 frames per second. It's horrendous. Dark passage. 10 gems. I'm going to do a refresh on the Discord in case it's a problem on my end. This game really suffers from the 30 on consoles. The Steam version runs at 60. Da-da-ding. Da-dung. I've done in other worlds. 100. Right. Everything, 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 everything. Right, so... I am up to speed so far. There's 10 gems missing in this world. Yeah, once you've seen this on PC, it's hard to go back to console. Where are those... Those 10 gems have got to be hiding somewhere. Where I came up. Isn't it? Yeah. Come up from. I thought about getting this on PC, because recently it was down to half. But at that point, I couldn't justify it. And I might as well 78% into one game, just stick with it. I see the 10. There we go. Cool. So, let's just pick a level to start with, then. Haunted Towers. That sounds pretty bad. I realised that I could have actually done the gem hunting, which was a Spyro 2 and 3 thing that they added to Spyro 1 in this collection. You can actually get sparks to pinpoint the direction any remaining gems are in. I probably could have done that. Woo! Flap, flap. Ah! I can destroy the door. Yeah, I figured, and I can't burn him either. Maybe I can't kill it. There he goes, dead. Maybe I can't kill it. Reigniting looks like rainiting, which isn't a word. All right. Oh, this is how I'm gonna do it. Yeah. I had a feeling there would be a way to kill them. I reckon I can destroy that as well. Oh, Spyro turns automatically. Right, okay. That's why I kept getting stuck there. That way? Okay, sure thing. I have to come back to get these.
Hey, Spyro. All dragons know there's magic in a fairy's kiss. See what it can do to your power of flame.
Kiss me! Oh, apparently that's not an option. Save fairies are different from flame fairies, everyone knows that. Quite far away. Hopefully it lasts for longer. No. One more. Yeah, sure enough, you can reach it. Thinking about it, my PC could probably play this in 60. Maybe I will double dip on the next Steam sale. I actually have to think about how many games I have. I already have way too many. What's he doing alone with a fairy that kisses people?
Hold your horns. Here comes Spyro.
Patience, little one. You'll soon have the opportunity to battle the one who matters most. Nasty Nork.
This Ganasty Ganot character. Yo, Oshia Beast, how's it going? Oh, this is a very satisfying room. Lots of treasure. Ow! Wasn't expecting there to be something immediately behind that door. Nice. Guten Tag. Guten Morgen. Guten Abend. Guten Nacht. Guten Kisling. Oh wait, no. Oh, there's one here. Kiss me! I know a little German. Basically what you pick up from listening to Rammstein. Why can't the fairy just follow me around and just keep kissing me? That'd probably be easier. Way. This way. Up. Up. Okay. Can I get up? Make our way back to that area then. Hello.
No, everything seems to be working fine now.
Yay! Hey Keshi, how's it going?
Hey, not so bad. How's you?
Not too bad. I'm happy to have a few days off. Well, I'm in work tomorrow, but then after that, a few days off.
Enjoy them.
Oh, I shall. I'm going to go see Dream Theater in London on Friday.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for that. I'm going to go see the Sonic movie at the same time. I'm hearing good things about that Sonic movie.
Yeah.
Things like it doesn't deserve to be as good as it is. So I'm going to go see that. I'm going to play some
homophobic slurs that people say.
Yeah, apparently you should go watch Birds of Prey instead, because there aren't any in that.
I don't know about that.
I love that those tweets were out before the Sonic movie was even in theaters. It's like, that's convenient.
Yeah.
How can you have already seen the Sonic movie? I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't contain such words. No. It's just trust but verify, you know. You need to be able to back it up rather than just like, oh yeah, no, I saw the movie in the theater and these things happened. Doesn't quite work that way.
No.
There's got to be another section to this level that I'm missing. This is the exit. Normally there's something around the exit or the exit area, but not this time. Oh, like on the rooftop up... Okay. Alright, so... Up here somewhere. Probably a way to get up around here. Not this. I reckon there's like a door or something I'm missing because it's cast in shadow. Why would they give me fire here if I could easily reach here with a full charge? Be using that fire for something.
I'm not really au fait with the Spyro game, so I don't know how much help I'd be.
Well, the last time I played this game to completion, it was on the PS1 when I was a young teenager, so my memory's pretty shot.
Hey, Draven.
Yo, Draven's back! Or, uh-oh, Draven's back! Right, so which one is this? Haunted Towers. 500 yeah, I'm missing I'm missing an area of the level. Haunted Towers Spyro. The dragon.
Haunted
Be a good
Towers.
place to start. Turn left at the pool and jump left a touch to... Right, there's a hidden platform. Okay. I know which area of the level I have to be in, so... Turn left at the... Turn left at the pool, they said. Turn left at the pool, they said. Well...
Which left? Their left or your left?
Which pool? Not over there, because I was over there. Say something about a ramp. Are you following another speedrunner's guide that assumes you know everything? No, this isn't Katamari Damacy. Unmissable object, and it's like, but I missed it. Does that make me stupid? Haunted Towers, Dragons. Stumps everybody on their first playthrough of the level. To find him, you'll need to return to the top of the supercharged ramp in the castle, go down it, through the winding hallway into the main hall. Oh! Right, okay.
Oh, you figured it out now.
The guide, once it said, like, supercharge ramp, I'm like, oh, of course. And there's that area by the pool that is like a ramp. Oh, so I gotta go supercharge. Supercharge is the worst in this game, because I can barely control them. Ah, back we go. They have made them easier to control in this game than they were in the original. I'll give them that. Treetops used to be a nightmare, but it's a lot simpler in Reignited Trilogy. Ow. Try again. Speaking of R-rated movies, chat, what do you think about a Sonic cinematic universe with an R-rated Shadow movie? Because I know I'm down for that.
Well, I've never really been keen on Shadow as a character anyway, but yeah, I suppose it could work for the edgelords out there.
The issue with the Shadow the Hedgehog PS2 game for me was that it was designed with a teen rating in mind, and then at the last minute a new rating came out in the ESRB that would allow Sega to target slightly more people on sale. So it was either ESRB or it was PEGI. I think it was ESRB. There's like an E10 or something that's like not quite teen.
Yeah.
And they decided that they were going to focus on that rating instead. So they built this Shadow the Hedgehog game with blood, killing human enemies, and of course the whole damn fourth Chaos Emerald, all the cursing. And then last minute, they have to retrofit it so it's not a teen-rated game anymore. There are screenshots of Shadow with realistic-looking guns and human enemies with red blood. Oh man, I would have so loved that. So edgy. Oh, I'm sure I have to run around that ramp, but it's tricky. It's tricky. Interspecies reviewers age 12 and up. Welcome, Nano. How's it going? I still haven't watched Ishusoku yet.
I'm up to date with the episodes, but I've not started watching it yet.
I don't think it would be my cup of tea, to be perfectly honest. Had I managed to go slow on the supercharge? I hate this! I can't believe it's not hentai. Well, I mean... it kind of is.
It's on the borderline, isn't it?
It's on the borderline and occasionally tiptoes over it. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, oh, look what we're up to. Oh, we're back behind the line. Can't do anything.
Just like your Homer jump. America, Australia, America, Australia. Like that. We in America don't tolerate that kind of crap, sir.
Where am I? Just turn left at the pool. Does it want me to go this way? And then, like,
well, I would
go up the
that
ramp
way's
again?
Left.
Is the goal to try and get over to, like, that area?
Try it.
Where those sparkles are. Maybe I'm trying to go the wrong way. Oh, Japan. Don't you ever stop. Don't stop never stopping. I'm gonna try the other thing that also makes sense to me, which is to turn left here and go up. Something like that. It's a working it's a working hypothesis. This may very well work. Slammed into the wall. Spyro. Certainly not my fault. Why would it be my fault? And the camera. Definitely not my fault. Yeah, that's it. That's the answer. Okay. Third dragon. Let's save a checkpoint.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
That's it. You don't have any wisdom to impart. Just, you've become a master of the supercharge. Flattery will get you nowhere, whatever that dragon's name was. Copano. Let me past! Let me in! Where am I supposed to get a kiss from, then? Oh, do I have to get up this faster? I think I have to get up this faster. Come on, come on. This is when I find out I'm supposed to be able to supercharge up to here or some shit. No, too long. Here we go. It would be nice if I could just burn them all to death. Got him. Let me guess. Our super magic fairies in here, yeah. If I haven't missed anything... Oh! Now I get it without a time limit. Yeah, whoa! Ah. Who we got?
Raven.
Oh.
I guess he's having the same problems I was.
Wait. Draven using his microphone. This is a monumentous occasion. Am I missing treasure, or is it like 450? No. It's like 500 in this level, isn't it? Oh, do you reckon there's some in like that pit? Through the wall, somehow. Okay. Try dropping down. Sure enough, that just put me in the area I was already in. Scrap metal. Oh, I got an achievement. Presumably for burning so many, metal enemies to death. This was a bad idea. Run! Do I respawn with superpowers? Well, I have to make my way up that slalom again. I respawn with superpowers. Oh, was all of it in that chest? No, no. Yes. Nice one! Another area down. Now, because I haven't left through the portal yet, I can't go start exit level. So I have to go find the portal. Very helpful, Windows. Don't you love it when Windows and an audio device throw an error that just says unknown error? We know something's wrong, but we don't know what it is.
Your guess is as good as ours. Well, what happened with me was I plugged my headset in, went onto Discord, and it just kept saying that there's no input devices.
That's
So
that's a classic.
And then I went back onto YouTube, and it said audio renderer error. Restart your computer.
So what that means is somewhere along the lines, a card had changed in the House of Cards, and the whole thing fell down.
It came down. Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds like typical Windows to me. As soon as you make one change, it's like, must rebuild entire House of Cards to continue. So that's one level down. Now I can find and do another one. I got every single gem in this homeworld too, so keep going. Dark Passage. I can flame here, but it doesn't do anything. Alright. Dark Passage. So I guess they beat him up while they're not transformed. Okay. So, I don't think I can kill those. I'm gonna try running into him. Does ERB know Welsh? Kutch? That's about it. That's about the extent of my knowledge of Welsh. Cassia.
The enemies here can be quite frightening, but you should watch the fools.
I'd rather flame the fools.
Now you're thinking.
Blame the fools. Spyro said it himself. Best advice. Oh, if I flame them, the enemies shrink anyway. Oh, I thought it would, like, shrink, it would keep them in the state they were in. Like I'd have to wait until they're shrunk before I attack the fool. Never mind then. I was giving this game more credit. Can ERB produce the Latin Welsh letters like and
Thank you for releasing me.
yes. As I just did. It seems like a small level. I'm sure there's something I've missed. Like maybe there's a whole another section somewhere further back, like a branching path. Think you heard Anna? Nope.
You know, I think you just might be the dragon to defeat Nasty Nork.
That's me, all right.
$500, yeah. There's obviously another path here somewhere. Yeah, up there. One of those levels that's going to have multiple routes, multiple exits. Question is, how do I reach any of them? Right. Falling back on myself. Up. Phantom Dog of the Day. They've got to be the worst. Phantom Dogs, I mean. Phantom Thieves, bad enough. Phantom Dogs.
Well, speaking of Phantom Thieves, I've got back into playing Persona 5.
Nice. Just in time for The Royal.
Yeah.
Which is coming out soonish.
End of March.
End of
31st
March. You know what's coming out end of March that's super exciting? Now, what was it? Now I'm failing to remember. There was something. It was like really important to me. It was coming out end of March. Fuck. Major releases this year. Fuck. Slipped my mind. Couldn't have been that important. I can't remember when Summer Memories is out. I think that's end of March. That out. Is this I'm thinking of? Early 2020. No date specified. It's not that then. Sakura Wars. The English localization of Sakura Wars. That's out no. May. No, that's out May. It's not that. God, I'm struggling to remember. I'm pulling a brain blank. Well, if it's not that important, I don't have to buy it. Evidently. If I forgot it, couldn't have been that important. When's Yakuza out? Is Yakuza end of March? Maybe Yakuza.
I would have already put in a pre-order for it if it was.
Thinking about it, I don't think we have a Western release date other than 2020 for Yakuza, do we?
Yeah, it's already out in Japan, I think. Yeah. Yeah, but no English release date yet.
Was there
Speaking
something...
of, have you tried that Yakuza 7 demo I told you about?
No, I haven't yet. I definitely should, but I haven't even downloaded it yet.
said it's about 12 gigs in size.
Well, I just uninstalled all the other demos that I had on the PS4, so hopefully I'll have room for it. I still had like Japanese Yakuza 3 demo
and Scramble demo as well.
You might what?
I mentioned the Persona 5 Scramble demo as well. It's on
yes,
Japanese PSN.
Well, that's out very shortly on Switch, so I'll probably be able to find a way to play that demo, or perhaps even the full game somehow on my Nintendo Switch. I'm curious what it's like. I'll definitely be getting it when it comes out in the West, that's for sure. But I don't think we have a date specified for that yet. End of March. Was it? Am I thinking of the Final Fantasy VII remake?
Don't worry. The only one that's
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. I'm definitely getting that. It's absolutely my kind of game. I still haven't seen the latest trailer. My brother's like, oh man, you should see the latest trailer. It's what made me want to buy the game. I'm like, you shouldn't need to see a trailer of a Final Fantasy VII remake to be like, I want to buy the game. God damn it, dude, it's the best Final Fantasy. You should just want to buy it already. You should already want it. 10th of April. What is it I'm thinking of?
Thank you for releasing me.
Game releases late March. Ready. So excluding Animal Crossing. Games Radar. I accept your use of fucking cookies. February, no. March, okay. Maybe there isn't anything big in March. I thought there was something that interested me in March.
Yeah,
Persona 5 Royal.
Persona 5 Royal on 31st.
Persona 5, is that the Western? That must be what I'm thinking of. Persona 5 Royal on the 31st. Sakura Wars is April 28th. I'll definitely be getting that. Final Fantasy VII Remake on April 10th. I'll definitely be getting that. I'm going to be spending a lot of money this year on new video game releases, more than last year. There's nothing in May currently.
Same here.
There's nothing in May currently that's standing out to me. There's literally nothing in May that takes my fancy. So that's good. So far, for what we know about June, there's the Pokemon DLC, but that's about it. You know basically nothing about the rest of the year except Marvel's Avengers and Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Well, I'm thankful that Cyberpunk got pushed back to September. Because I don't think I could have handled the Yakuza Remastered set, then Cyberpunk, then Persona 5 Royal, then possibly Watch Dogs Legion when that comes out.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of money spent on video games this year, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Polar Plays, how's it going? I regret doing the old Spyro the Dragon 25 hours on the weekend. 25 hours across 2 days. Dude, I would regret any game I played for 25 hours across 2 days. That's a lot of time to spend. That's like the kind of hours I was putting into Kakarot. Hell, even then I wasn't putting 25 hours over 2 days. Are you okay now? Are you sufficiently nourished and hydrated? You're not, like, missing anything that you need? Don't need to stock up on, like, electrolytes and salts? Body salts? for everything you sweat out while you were streaming. Oh, that looks like 25 to me. 45, rather. Yeah, level complete. Next one. Yo, Chuck95, welcome. The great Chuck is here. Chuckles the Echidna. Long thought lost. Long thought evaporated from this mortal plane, and yet here he is. How's it going, Chuck? The good old days of Chuck95. I come out of the portal and I get smacked. It's such a wonderful greeting. I'm almost dead. Livestock to burn. There'll be somewhere around here. Yes. Lofty Castle. I did evaporate, but then it rained down again. Lofty Castle. What do we got? Oh, it looks a bit more like the home world than the other levels have. Birdie. But like sheep birds, I guess. Oh, enemies I can't kill unless I burn the balloons that they're carrying that are making them float. Alright, I see. That's clever. Do not feed. You know what? I might just feed it, just to spite you. That was dumb. That was dumb. I like this level, it was okay. So I don't have to worry or freak out for this one. It's not going to be like use a power slope to run 5,000 miles in the opposite direction to glide to a platform you can barely even see. It's not going to be one of those. When did I get this many lives? I think there's a cheat code, isn't there, you can pump in. There's no way I earned 94 lives. I think there is. I think the cheat code from the original PlayStation version works. For 99 lives. Yeah, I'm gonna rescue all the fairies, because I'm a good boy. That doesn't work. Oh, maybe I glide over. Okay. That. I can get that guy from there. Okay, yeah. And 3 fairies make a portal. Got it. It makes sense now. Why, let's pump it in again. Or it's this. Yeah. Ooh-da-da! Moo-da-da-da-da-da!
Fairies are always on your side, Spyro.
Muda, 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 muda! The dragon's name was Mudada. That's got to be a JoJo reference. Is that a JoJoke? Three fairies saved. Another portal created. That was also completely optional, going down there. I'm glad I did, though. That Surge game from that bundle, yeah, that Fanatical bundle right now is crazy. The Killer bundle, like, something like 14 or 17. It's the SNK collection, that's 25 games. The Atari collection, 100 games. A game called The Surge. Wonder Boy the Dragon's Trap remake. And there was something else. King of Fighters 14. All on Steam for something like £3.70.
Is that the same Surge that's like a sci-fi Dark Souls?
Yeah, that's the one. So it's that game.
Oh, I've got that for my PS4.
Yeah, it's that game minus its DLC, and then all these other games as well in a bundle. Steam keys, £3.70 on Fanatical.
Wow, that's amazing for that
Yeah,
price.
it's a crazy good bundle. Fanatical used to be called Bundle Stars, and I had an account with them way back when. And the bundle was brought to my attention by one of the... I think it might be the person who runs the Yakuza No Context on Twitter. I think it is. I was like, wow, this bundle is crazy. I'm gonna go buy it. And I posted it in the Discord for everyone, so they can find it pretty easy. It's definitely worth it. I fired up Psycho Soldier last night on the SNK collection. I'm like, yes, this bundle is worth it for Psycho Soldier alone. £3.70 for Psycho Soldier and 127 other games. Okay, I'll take that.
So for the price of a beer down south, you get all that.
Yeah. Go to a pub and have it on tap. Same price. Having to do a lot of gliding here is pretty annoying, but okay. I'll do what I must.
I think I mentioned I bought the Surge in a swag brag.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I got it for £2.
Why don't you
from a
use
charity
!swag? It's there for everyone. You always post
Yeah,
your swag
well.
brags and you don't type it.
I didn't know it was required.
It's not required, but if it's particularly good swag, which you always post particularly good swag, do swag brag. Do !swag. Then it goes swaggity braggity.
Ah, Spyro.
Well, I'm aware of that, yeah.
I had such good swag yesterday that I wrote slam in the back of my swagula. Yeah, I got some really good finds yesterday. I think the best was an unauthorized Doom strategy guide from the 90s. Those things usually go like 10 to 12 online, and I got it for like £2. It's a useless guide, and it tells me nothing I don't already know, but it's nice to have.
Yeah. Yeah. I got 2 of the Professor Layton games for £2 each.
Oh, nice.
The first 2.
And
Curious
just to
Village
check,
and
they are genuine. Because there was a spate of fakes in the UK at one point. My brother and I got one from a boot fair, and it was a fake.
Oh, this is cases, manuals, and everything.
Oh,
yeah,
fantastic! For a couple of quid each. That's crazy good.
I could not pass them up.
That's way too good. That's the kind of thing where you're like, thanks, thanks, universe. You do look out for me on occasion. There's moments you're like, yes, this is what I go thrifting for. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Sometimes people just don't know what something is worth. That's when you swoop in, and you're not doing anything wrong. If they only want £2 for it, then, you know, pay them the £2 for it. They're happy.
I just think the games have been out for a few years now, so I thought that's probably why it's gone down to such a price.
Maybe just because they think Nintendo DS, you know, across the board a certain price.
Yeah.
Whereas if they had looked at what game it was, they might have, you know, if they had any knowledge, they would have gone, okay, this is actually a series that is popular and retains its... No, I'm not saying, hey Siri. I'm saying it's a series. This phone... Why doesn't the iPhone supervisor change his name? Can I change it so I go like, "Hey, Vsauce Michael here" to get the phone to wake up? Can I do that? Anything but series. I swear, this phone.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, who we got? That sounds like Papes.
Fuck's sake, it's...
Yeah, it's Papes.
Sorry, just a second, because...
Ooh, gems are glowing
there we
over
go.
here.
Hey, Paper, how's it going?
Oh, fine, just... uni.
Uni!
Say no more.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm only into 12:30 today.
Oh, a nice, what, a short day? Or are you in, like, 12:30 till, like, 12:30 at night?
It's 9 in the morning to 12:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, that's not bad at all. I like it when I have work days like that, but they're so uncommon when I get, like, a half-day work day. Those are the best.
Mondays and Tuesdays I'm in from 9 to 12:30. Thursday's a little more complicated because it's like I'm in 9 to 1, then I've got to come back at 3 o'clock for an hour, and that's it.
That's a bit backwards, like having to come back for an hour in the afternoon.
It's because they couldn't schedule it right away after the class for some reason, because they couldn't get a room. It's just ridiculous. And yes, you're playing the 22-year-old game. I know it's not the original, but the 22-year-old game.
Yeah, thanks for making me feel old.
No, it's making me feel old because I am the exact same age as this game.
Oh man, congrats! You're not super old yet.
Not yet. I will be when people look back on Spyro nostalgically, and I mean really nostalgically. Like when Reignited is considered retro.
When the Spyro movie comes out in 2040, people will be
Yeah, I'll be
looking back on the series.
And I will be there day one with kids. Saying, yes, this is same age as me, this franchise.
It's like that though, isn't it? The only reason why there's a Sonic movie now is because the people who grew up with Sonic, you know, have kids now and families of their own. Like, it's the only reason why there's a Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Let's face it, there should have been one in the 90s, like a proper one.
Yeah, but then at least we didn't get something that was like the Super Mario Bros. Movie, because as much as that is a guilty pleasure for me, it's not the best film ever, but it's still
man, Bob Hoskins as Sonic the Hedgehog. There's this Photoshop poster from like this really old meme of a Sonic the Hedgehog movie poster. Danny DeVito as Dr. Eggman. Like,
I could see that.
Oh, was it Vin Diesel as Knuckles? I think it's brilliant.
Well,
it's such a great Photoshop.
Funny you mentioned about kids in the Sonic movie. They do one thing that was clearly done to appeal to children.
So
and
there's going to be
seen the film,
there's going to be like a fart joke in there somewhere then.
I'm not saying anything because I don't want to spoil anything for you at all. But anybody who has seen the film, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure I will have not wasted the day if I go to see it in the cinema. Like, I won't have wasted the day anyway, because I'm going to see Dream Theater in the evening, so I won't have wasted the day, but
I would just say it is worth it to see the Sonic film. I loved seeing it the day it was released.
I would have loved to have gone, but I was working that day, and I wouldn't have had anybody to go with anyway.
Apparently, some people would go to cinemas. There was nobody there, but like in Glasgow, it was almost full.
Is that because there isn't anything to do in Glasgow? I'm sorry.
There's quite a lot to do in Glasgow.
Yes, I imagine there's a lot more to do in Glasgow than, say, in Canterbury. I would imagine.
Well, the thing is that if you didn't want to go see the Sonic film, you could play the original Sonic games at arcade. Hint, 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 hint. Please give me sponsorship, arcade. I know you're on YouTube as well.
What do you got? Tea, coffee, beer?
No, Iron Brew.
Iron Brew. It's made in Scotland from girders.
I am Bender. Please insert girder.
Now I've got some Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper, the drink of choice for scientists who work on time traveling microwaves.
Yes. And it's all wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
I really need to rewatch Steins Gate, ready for watching Steins Gate 0 now that I have Steins Gate 0. I think it's ridiculous that I haven't watched Steins Gate 0 yet. I got it with birthday money this year.
Oh yeah, I don't know if anybody heard, but see Interspecies Reviewers? It's been taken off the air in Japan.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah,
I'm sure someone else will pick it up. Or it'll just go straight to DVD.
As I say, trying to say, the anime that was trying to get Japan to make babies is now off the air, so they can't make babies anymore.
What? Sorry, Keshi? Do we know for a fact the show was made to try and get people to make babies, or is that like a he said, she said thing?
I'm not quite sure. Every single person that do anime reviews on YouTube seem to pretty much agree that it was made to help with bringing the population up in Japan. But I don't know if that's true or not. Until like I hear it from like the original creator or any of the anime staff. That's.
Could you imagine putting an extremely horny program on television just to try and get people to bond?
There is that one show in the UK, the one where they try and pair two people together, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's I never watched it. I just heard about it.
Is it not that Naked Attraction or something?
That's
like
it.
that?
That's the one.
Television like that, I
I've never watched
simply
it
can't
either, I just know
watch.
the name.
I just simply cannot watch television like that. I briefly
No, me neither.
saw some of The Masked Singer because the concept was kind of cool, but apart from that, I don't really do much in the way of
Well,
telly.
I enjoyed that. Yeah. I enjoyed the mask. I'm looking forward to the next series.
I didn't watch it that much, but I watched it the night that they had the Sonic the Hedgehog advert on it. After it, that was about it.
Sonic the Hedgehog advert. Oh boy, it's hard to believe, even now it's hard to believe that there's a Sonic the Hedgehog movie in the cinema. Like, I struggle to come to terms with this.
I am just glad it did happen and it didn't just get cancelled like this. Funny enough, there was supposed to be a Spyro the Dragon movie, but it got cancelled.
Advice. A wise dragon wants
That
to
might be a good thing, considering the way
Watch out
Activision
for
treated the
blind
license for a while.
Well, here's the thing: it was going to be based on the Legend of Spyro series, i.e., Elijah Wood Spyro.
Oh, the dark ones.
Yeah, I'll give the third game of that trilogy some credit. It was better than the other ones.
Is the third one the God of War clone where you can play as Cinder?
Yes.
Yeah, that one was okay. I did play that briefly. That one actually came to Xbox 360, which is why I played it.
And PS3 eventually.
As an achievement hunter, I was quite pleased to find a game that I could turn on, activate cheats on, and it wouldn't disable the achievements. Oh, is that it? Is the boss dead?
Yeah,
That's
that is
easy.
Sharks for you.
That was easy.
He's always been easy. He just looks far creepier now with that mask.
We're obviously missing gems, though. Bucks? Yeah, back that way. Figured. I'm so glad I can get Sparks to tell me where gems are now.
It's so helpful, especially especially in this game.
Yeah, there's some in a chest. I'm gonna need either to supercharge, flame it, or get a key. Probably a key.
I believe it's a key for Jacques.
So that'll be hit these two guys and then go up the path that I haven't gone up yet.
Exactly.
Go. Is it 400? 500. Okay, so there's going to be stuff I'm missing still.
Yeah, I've been told I've got a birthday card waiting at my parents' because I haven't been down there for quite a while. From my auntie, so I'm hoping I've got at least 30 quid so I can buy myself Spyro Reignited Trilogy on the Switch.
I wonder how well it runs on the Switch. Presumably just as well as PS4, just visually downgraded a little.
I've heard it's best to play Reignited on the TV, whilst the graphics obviously I do get a downgrade when you're playing on a handheld, but almost as good as the PS4 version on the TV, but you know, obviously different hardware.
Activision and Toys for Bob specifically are very good at developing for the Switch. They've been doing it since day one. Skylanders Imaginators as a launch title from Toys for Bob. Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They know their way around the Switch.
I'll give the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy credit on the Switch. It does look pretty good.
Performance of that is extremely good considering the scope.
Again, it looks way better on the TV, but that's just because that most Switch games do.
Switch games tend to run at a lower resolution on the Nintendo Switch handheld. Usually 720p as opposed to around 900 on the TV. Generally speaking. So there'll be an immediate resolution improvement. Playing the new Project Diva on Switch, it's very noticeable. The graphics are fuzzy in handheld mode. The 2D stuff looks fine, like the interface is smooth, but the 3D models are fuzzy. And that's a typical thing when a Switch game is running in a lower resolution on handheld. The edges are just like all anti-aliased.
I think the only game that I've played on my Switch that, the only games that I've played that don't have that is, funnily enough, Puyo Tetris and the Sega Ages lines. They seem to be absolutely fine, even with like the smoothing.
That's because they will be 2D sprites. Yeah. They scale up. The 3D they scale down and it's blurry.
Yeah, but because I have noticed. It's not. I think they've patched it out now, but when Fire Emblem Three Houses originally came out, there was a bit of an issue with the text on handheld mode, where it could be unreadable sometimes.
Sounds like they didn't turn the alias off for the 2D elements. You don't need the anti-aliasing on for the 2D elements. It's for the 3D elements where you need it.
Yeah.
Because you're hiding the jaggies. Otherwise you end up with like the PSP where everything was jaggy and sharp.
Yep. So it did do a good job of remaking Ape Escape on that.
Yeah, they used very nice sort of rounded models. It wasn't quite Ape Escape 2's visual style, unfortunately,
thank
but
God.
It was close-ish.
I only say thank God because I don't want to see the Ape Escape 2 monkeys ever again. I love how they look. I love how they look in 3 and onwards. You know, that's, and obviously the original monkeys, because they're just really iconic, those polygon versions of the monkeys, compared to the 2's versions where they just look.
Are we in agreement that Ape Escape 3 is the best looking Ape Escape game?
Agreed.
Okay, good. It just so happens to be the best Ape Escape game as well, but it's also the best looking.
Yeah.
Seems it's such a crime they haven't released that on PS4 yet.
I know. Maybe they're planning something. You never know.
I would love it if they were planning like a recaptured trilogy or something. But I don't think that's likely after releasing Ape Escape 2 on the PS2 classics. They would then release it again as part of a special trilogy. Maybe on PS5.
I do what Dragon Ball Z Budokai did and only have released 1 and 3 on the compilation, not 2. I know that was due to licensing issues of the soundtrack because of the copyrighted material.
Well, they replaced the Budokai 1 and Budokai 3 soundtracks, didn't they, on that collection as well? So they could have just done the same with. I
don't know what. I can't remember what the real reason was, but I just found it so weird that you get Budokai 1 and Budokai 2, but you don't get Budokai 1 and 3. You don't get 2.
Jax is so easy, says ERB. Making his way to the exit, he dies. After saying the boss was so easy last time. Ugh.
Does it really matter? Dragons have got like 99 lives anyway.
Yeah. Wait, no, this dragon only has 97 lives. There
Close
we go.
enough.
Now he's got 99 lives. Dragons are like squirrels. They have as many lives as they think they can get away with.
Where do you think you're going? Yep. Nah, I can't. Oh, family friendly, family friendly.
Oh, no, not at all.
Wait.
Look at the stream description.
Good soy's.
It's all good.
Oh, good soy's not here to tell me I'm not family friendly.
Yeah, well,
don't kill me, soy, please.
Soy streams partly on Twitch now, so if you're watching Soy, you know how I feel about that. But do what you like.
It reminds me of last Friday after I went to see the Sonic film. I went to the esports bar, the Summoners, in Glasgow, and they had a pre-party for KupoCon, which I went to, and it was fun. They got the karaoke out. And
cons too. You get cons in your neck of the woods. Sorry, continue.
Yep.
It's not
yeah.
fair.
They brought the karaoke machine out. First, it started off with like the usual stuff you'd hear people singing. Then I asked for Sonic Heroes. I got What I'm Made Of on.
Right.
Then somebody put on this machine from Sonic Heroes, and I put Team Chaotix on, and then the two best ones I did was the Shaman King opening from the English version of Shaman King, and the Great Mighty Pooh song.
Me.
Yes, I got all of them somehow. Like, not as good as the original guy who did the Great Mighty Pooh, because he was like just perfect for it, but the best I could. And my voice hated me the next day. And Sunday, I was very quiet those days.
Doing the all-in-one for this level might take a lot of memorization.
I can't remember it. I think I have done it all in one a couple of times.
I might have to look it up on YouTube and find out what the best path is.
I mean, this is just me, but if I'm ever going for the trains, I go the opposite direction.
Yeah, the opposite
from
way.
them.
Yeah. Cool.
I know
I reckon I'm supposed to start this level with the lights, because they're directly in front of me when I start. Probably meant to get the chests now as well, but oh well. Oh,
So,
it's not the way to fly. That's not the way to go. Okay.
Now I know.
Now I know.
Knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe.
You got
Kids,
it.
get out! What the fuck are you doing?
But with the pork chop sandwiches.
Pork chop sandwiches!
Shit, touch the water. I reckon I meant to like hug the left, then hug the right. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hug everyone. The left and the right.
Hugs all around.
Turn around.
So So I've noticed a lot at Scottish cons. There is a lot of 11, 12, 13-year-old Danganronpa cosplayers.
Okay.
They're like the most hyperactive children you could ever meet. I don't know how they can keep up that energy, because like I know I'm not that old, but I just watching them. I just feel, it's like, but at the same time, I feel like, how do you know about Danganronpa? I'm pretty sure it's a 15-year-old game. I mean, I know it's like saying, how does a child know about Grand Theft Auto? You know, I know it kind of explains itself, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, your parents should probably know what Danganronpa is about.
I know, it's just about a bunch of kids going to school and, you know...
Oh yes, totally, and then killing each other to get out of said school because...
Killing each other? Oh, you're playing that nasty main mode and not that nice school mode? That's the problem. Learning life lessons.
Ah yes, they should make an anime about... Oh wait.
I'm making my way through that Danganronpa 3 anime. I hate how much it plays with my feelings.
Oh, just... which episode are you at, out of curiosity?
The last thing that happened was... I'm watching them in future order, despair order, yeah?
Right,
the last thing that happened was, in an episode, Naegi was confronted by the guy with white hair, and he's like, aha, you're trying to be nice and make me change my mind, but I'm going to slice you anyway, and that's where I'm up to.
Oh ho, approaching me, are you, Naegi?
Well, I can't beat the shit out of you with my kind words unless I get closer.
Oh, so you... I don't want to spoil anything, I really don't, because again, you'll see. You will see.
I will see. It will change my
life.
life.
You'll see. But, yeah,
touch the water. Ugh. Touch the water. It's not fair. Why is this level so awful? Is it because it's near the end of near the end of the game? I'm supposed to be an expert by now. Well, I've been away for a few months from this game, so.
In Insomniac was like, we're pressed for time. It's like, where do we put these lighthouses? I'll just put them in, put them there. But sorry, you should. Yes, just put them there.
So what about their practical use? Practical use? Excuse me? What's practicality got to do with anything? Just put the lighthouses here. They're not actually meant to be used. They're there for the aesthetic. So the aesthetic is just throw everything where it'll go. Yes, aesthetic with 2 S's.
Yes, aesthetic.
As in, only an ass would put the objects where they are.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, I have met the voice actor of Barrett in Final Fantasy VII Remake now.
Oh, nice.
It just going around, because like at KupoCon, like literally the actors just kind of walk around the con, just seeing people's cosplays, and my god, there was such a good Barrett. Like, he had the gun arm and everything. It looked
wow.
Like I almost mistook him for the voice actor of him, because the guy looks like Barrett, like just without like almost like just like if he just had the gun arm, he'd be like the perfect Barrett, if you know what I mean.
Is it a prerequisite for FF7 Remake that the voice actor has to look like the character?
No, like I didn't, like I knew who the guy, like I knew who was voicing him because I know I've heard the name before, but I didn't, you know, it wasn't until seeing him in real life I realised, like, you know, he looks like the real life version of Barrett.
Wow.
Yeah. and then I was there with my Final Fantasy VI squad.
As opposed to your Final Fantasy sex squad.
Yes, my Final Fantasy VI squad. Because there was me, there was somebody cosplaying Terra, somebody was cosplaying Realm. I'm pretty sure I know them from another con. There was an Ultros, which is one of my pals, and it was hilarious because he even put a kilt on, so he was like a Scottish Ultros.
Ultros is like the purple octopus, isn't it?
Yes, that's the exact one.
The Cthulhu of the Final Fantasy series.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I know who Ultros is. How does one cosplay Ultros?
Literally make kind of a mask with Ultros's face and have the tentacles coming down, and then just do whatever with your body. I think, oh yeah, and there was another Sabin going about, but it was the updated design from like World of Final Fantasy, which is cool. Oh, and a Moogle.
A Moogle?
Like, they just, yeah, one of the Moogles.
Oh yeah, I know Moogles. The Terranigma no, what is it? A Secret of Mana character, the Moogle.
Yes, yes. Yep, there's a Moogle that you can play as in Final Fantasy VI called Morg, if I remember correctly.
Yes, there's a section where a bunch of Moogles help you in the cave. I think it's pretty early on. I remember that.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's where it was from, which is so it was cool.
I've got to get to the other area in time, and
Gotta
then
go
pull it off
fast.
flawlessly. This is going to be bad. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Say never.
Never say never. Just do it. Go for it.
It would be nice by Final Fantasy VI squad.
Meep. Chest.
There was at CoopleCon, there was they've got like these booklets where like they've got different kind of missions on it, like to get like what they call EXP, which you can then trade for guild, where you can get free stuff like prints of characters, postcards.
No! Sorry, continue. I missed it by like half a second.
Fucking hell. But yeah, there's missions you can do, and one of them was to get a picture with Cloud facing against a Turk, so like Rude, Tusker, or you know who I'm saying, like in Reno and all that. But the thing is, there was only one of the Turks there, and that was my pal, who was doing Reno. So like
he was very popular then.
Yeah, like it's literally like there was like every 5 minutes or so, my pal would be sitting down because she was actually pretty shattered because she had to get up early because she was with her pals who were volunteering at the event and needed to be there really early. So she was up since like 5 o'clock and absolutely out of it. Like she couldn't get to the after party when she loves to go to after parties. And everybody kept getting the same Cloud as well, to ask them to have a fight with each other, and it's like it got to the point where it's like, oh hey, oh hello again.
Probably get to know them extremely well by that point, though.
So if I'm going back next year, I'm definitely cosplaying Magus, because I want to do Magus so badly.
Everybody's like not gonna know who that is because Chrono Trigger's like all but forgotten now, sadly.
Not necessarily. There is a couple of folk who know about it, like one of my pals who funnily enough wants to cosplay Ayla, or Ayla,
oh,
Ayla,
nice.
whatever you want to call her. Or shall I refer to her as the name that she got given in your streams?
Steph. Why say many word when few word do trick? Ayla is great.
Funny enough, is it one of my other pals also wants to cosplay Ayla?
Right. 2 Aylas.
Yep.
Why not?
Yes.
One can be the Piozo doll, and the other one can be actual Ayla.
Yes. Which is funny because I was at SunnyCon back in June, and that was when Sugar Conway was doing his. I'm not sponsoring Sugar Conway this time. That's just mentioned in the video because, funnily enough, I was watching the Chrono Trigger at that time, and I was saying to my pals like, "Oh yeah, I want to do this cosplay from Chrono Trigger." It's like, you do realize what I'm watching? It's like, let me guess, Sugar Conway's Chrono Trigger Let's Play, and she was like, yes. It's like, oh, well, that's funny enough. So
The other... No, they're in another room, aren't they?
mm-hmm.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? No! No! No, it's not fair! It's not fair! Try again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Draven. I started following Sugar Conway back in 2011. I checked my history of the day. I started following him around 2011 when he was doing his Luigi's Mansion Let's Play.
Everybody talks about Chugga Conroy, but nobody talks about the vehicle, the Chugga Convoy. I'll see myself out.
Oh, I would like a ride in the Chugga Convoy.
Was Chugga Conroy the one who did that dance that you sent me the gif of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the hiker dance.
Yes, the hiker dance, yeah.
Because the context of that is that he was playing Pokemon Black and White, and you know how like the hikers in that game have got this jaunty tune? Like, he can't help but do that dance every single time he hears the music, and he pisses off his friends doing it.
I'm surprised he wasn't doing that at the con.
Oh, well, I would do that if I had a squid head.
Your friend, the Ultros, should have been doing that dance.
Yes, I will need to tell him to do that. If he knows who Sugar Conroy is, he might do. I'm not quite sure. Because he also cosplays Ignis from Final Fantasy 15.
Alright, yeah.
And
that's a game that's on my list for this year.
And because, if I remember correctly, Ignis is a bit obsessed with cooking, so he sang the Cooking by the Book from Lazy Town at the karaoke.
I remember Nintendo Capri Sun.
Yeah, so
that's
do I.
Really going back. I'm still technically subbed to him. I haven't watched one of his videos in fucking years, but I'm still subbed to him.
I can't remember the last one I watched as Nintendo Capri Sun. Like, besides like the Runaway Guys, that the kind of the joint group that they have on YouTube. And I think he's playing Final Fantasy 6 at the moment, I believe.
I know he did Mother 3 like a couple of years ago.
Yep.
It's when you told me like a couple of years ago. ERB, that was 5 years ago. I could just imagine it. Like, you've been in a coma for 30 years. We're trying something new.
Yep, that's right. That's how it's even.
20, 24, 23, 24. Just spawn a fucking train.
Choo choo.
Choo choo rocket, no make a waka why. Have you seen the Japanese choo choo rocket commercial?
Yes.
So cute. Choo choo rocket. Choo choo rocket. Yeah.
Oh, I feel like playing Choo Choo Rocket now. You know what? I might get my Game Boy Advance copy.
You feel like playing Choo Choo Rocket?
Yep.
Okay, if you're a fan of Choo Choo Rocket, can you tell me, what is the appeal of Choo Choo Rocket?
It's never been like the multiplayer, it's literally just been the puzzles, because I like solving the puzzles for them.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Oh, where's the last one? Where's the last one? Where's the last one? Where's the last one? Where's the rum gone? There he is. Whew! Okay. Woo! I think that might be the last flying stage. I don't think there is one in Ganasty Ganok's bullshit world of bullshitness.
No, the last, if I remember correctly,
Woo!
the last kind of fly you can do is during Ganasty's loot. But that's about it.
You can fly
But again,
everywhere
it's
in
not-
Ganasty's loot, though. You don't have to do
Yes.
do all the things in one go.
No,
Right. Okay.
no, that's that.
Whew. All right. A very satisfying screenshot as well. That's beautiful. 3.1 seconds remaining. I had nothing to worry about.
Nope.
Oh, was the achievement
sick.
without touching the ground?
I'm not quite sure because remember I don't
So
have a
is
PS4,
this so I've
so I've
missed because I've touched the ground? No. Okay. No need to worry. Moving on. My new keyboard has a dedicated gaming mode button, and it literally only disables the Windows key. Who needs a Windows key when they're gaming? Just gets in the way. What about getting one of those gaming keyboards with the programmable macro keys and all that? It's like I would never use the macro keys for anything.
just a question: do you use those keyboards that light up? Because I don't know how people can work with them. That would be distracting.
I thought about getting one.
Well done, Spyro.
I don't think those keyboards are meant to be used for work, though. Like, once you're buying, like, a super fancy glowing keyboard, they're probably not meant for office work.
Are you ready to go?
The funny thing is, like, half the programmers I see in my in uni, like, they've all got those kind of keyboards, and it's like it's just very distracting, especially in elect. They dim the lights, and it's like, you know, getting ready to do all your notes
You
on
can
your
see
laptops,
everybody's
and then
keyboards all lit up. Yeah.
yeah, or there's just people playing Minecraft.
Yeah, I was one of those people at uni. I was playing Mega Drive ROMs during lectures. I got asked
not done
to
that
stop
yet
doing
because
it.
I've been trying to pay attention.
So I just switched to my iPhone instead.
Oh, I'm sometimes on my phone talking to people, like, just like every so often. Or in the case of the last lecture I got on Friday, which I don't know how relevant it was supposed to be to our course, because it didn't sound that relevant at all. I was drawing Kermit, and he said he's going to Kermit Seppuku.
Wow.
It didn't help. It didn't help that my pal was also drawing Kermit at the same time. So, I don't blame him for that. But I just felt, you know, I just felt like, fuck it. I'm not actually getting any,
You are the dragon that must defeat him.
like, there's not really any information coming out of this.
In each of
this-
Nasty's lands. Then
So
you
it's
can challenge
some
the Nork himself.
minor bits I got earlier in that lecture before joining.
So a lecture that really didn't have a lot of useful information in it. Why not draw Kermit?
It was supposed to have useful information, so I had my laptop ready out to take, and the guest speaker we got, like, it was related to their work, not ours. It's like mostly like kind of gaming wise. It's like, but what? You know, it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm on a game course, but I'm still more of an animation student. So I was just very confused. And it's like even all my pals felt that. It's like, yeah, what is this? What are we supposed to learn from this?
Well, at the very least, you've learned how to draw Kermit.
Yeah, he's very easy.
Been forever since I was playing this part of Spyro. Been decades, maybe. Takes me back.
I love I'm not, but I know in the original you could charge barrels and blow them back at the.
Ah! Where's your armor now, loser? TNT barrels into the water. What's the point, mate? The waste of a perfectly good barrel. Barrel I could use to kick your ass.
Oh, we're almost at the next. Oh, I don't like the change they made.
I remember this level being quite small, quite confined, but then again, 400 treasure and I'm only at 86. Latif! Ah! Queen Latifah.
Keep up the good work, Spyro. I expect Nasty's really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork boots if I were him.
I cannot remember if they keep the Parappa the Rapper reference in this.
Parappa the Rapper reference.
Yeah, there's one of the dragons. Dragon says I gotta believe you gotta.
Oh, that vaguely rings a bell. I vaguely remember that.
Cause like it's been a year or two since I've played Spyro, like just for fun, not recording or anything. Aye. Oh god. I've still got. Maybe once when I get the Reignite trilogy, I'll maybe stream Gateway to Glimmer, because at the moment my original PS2 disc is too scratched to play it on stream. Like the audio cut out the. Sometimes the music will just not come back in.
I thought about buying like a whole bunch of scratched PS1 games, like off eBay, like damaged discs, and then playing them on a PS1 on a live stream, and just like enjoying all the glitchy brokenness if anything loaded. It might end up a really boring stream where nothing happens, but it might also end up a stream where we get hilarious graphical and sound glitches, and I'm not sure if it's worth the effort of setting that up. It might completely fail.
The funniest thing that's happened to me that wise is, funny enough, in Spyro, I think it was either Spyro Year of the Dragon or Spyro 2 Spyro 2 Gateway to Glimmer. I've almost said the American name title. I'm pretty sure like I can't remember who it was, but somebody had a voice line. It wouldn't load up at all, and so like I just left it, and then the music wouldn't kick back in because it still thought it was still trying to read the dialogue. So like maybe 5-10 minutes later, they get going into the challenge. All of a sudden the
dialogue plays.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, it's managed it. I think I've only ever had one really interesting glitch with a scratch CD on PS1, and that's Parappa the Rapper. The second level, like the music starts playing, Parappa and Mussolini are bobbing back and forth in the car. Music stops, their heads stop bouncing. Then, of course, because it's the start of the song, the hood comes off the car. And they're just like not moving in the car, and then occasionally they bob back and forth, and there's no sound. Oh, I would love it if I could get a result like that. That would make a live stream of like glitchy PS1 games worth it.
You know, we brought that up as we got the dragon who had the Spyro. Is it the Papa Rapper the Rapper reference? That was really well timed.
Did we? Where's his platform? Want to see if he says it. Where was it? Am I going the wrong way?
See that last dragon that you
What
just...
are you talking about glitch? I remember a really bizarre glitch after
Oh, hey, Gary.
demo. And I'm not the only person remembering it because there's a YouTube video of somebody noticing it. It's so weird.
Is this the one... Sorry, I was thinking you might be talking about Speed Freaks. I know that there's like...
No, this is really weird. It's official PlayStation magazine demo. I think you pick Die Hard trilogy on it. For some reason, it plays this garbled gibberish of Murray Walker. Because Formula 1 game of Murray Walker was on this disc as well, but for some reason, when this game loads up, it's always
I never thought I'd be rescued.
I don't know what, it's not, weird.
What I mean is...
It's like, what's that about? How did that happen?
You gotta believe.
It's from a different game. They're both from entirely different game publishers, so obviously it's unintentional as well.
Usually, when that sort of thing happened on...
If you put them in a CD player, you could normally like hear some of the audio, so... Probably just...
It's not an audio thing, it's when the game when you load up a certain game, it just plays these random audio clips of the narrator from one of the other games on the disc when it's loading. These always these same garbled sounds. I'll try to find the video.
Weird.
So this was on a PlayStation demo disc.
It's on an official PlayStation disc, you know, it's not some like fake thing or anything like that.
PS1 demo disc, yeah?
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that
put it in a
somebody
video.
did a shit job with like file dependencies and like linking files up to the right places, perhaps. Does it happen after having launched the game once? Or...
It happens every time.
Right, okay. So I was thinking maybe it could be that it saves the audio in the memory and then it tries to access the same place in memory but do something else with it. But no, it doesn't sound like that's the case because it sounds like it happens every time.
Guess it's just one of these weird things that happens in a demo.
There's a tunnel in like Speed Freaks on PS1. And I heard that in the demo you can drive into the tunnel even though it's not there and it's an empty void. I can't remember who told me about this. Apparently this is a thing you can do in the Speed Freaks demo.
One of the official PlayStation demos has a game hidden inside it as well.
A game hidden inside it? Like behind a button combination, or it's in the data and you can't access it?
No, it's like a two-level looping space shooter game, and it's just inside this game demo. It's not got a developer written it or anything. Just did it in this demo.
What? That's crazy.
You know what the annoying thing about it is? I've got the demo, but I can't get it working on an emulator. And these evidence that it exists because I found a screenshot online of the demo, but I don't think I even remember how you access this demo. It's really weird.
Sounds to me like somebody had way too much time on their hand putting that PlayStation demo disc together.
I can tell you how to access it, but of course you need demo, and I don't remember the demo number, but there's a game on the demo called Cooler World, which has a different name in America, where you play as a ball.
Roll Away.
I need to do that again.
Well, on this demo disc, if you move the highlight to Cooler World on the second joypad and you press start, it loads up this secret game.
Crazy.
So, yeah. Actually, there's an easy way to tell what demo it is. It's a demo that has a Net Your Rosy game, Rocks and Gems, and a Boulder Dash clone. That is the demo with it included.
Right, I have a demo disc with that game on it, but it's the one where they put all the greatest hits of Net Yarazay on it. Yeah, I have the one that has like the greatest hits of Net Yarazay, but I don't have the one that's Rocks and Gems on its own.
It's kind of interesting that no one seems to like ever show the recorded footage of this thing online whatsoever, apart from that one screenshot.
It sounds to me like something I should do. If you know the demo number, I might be able to make this a reality and put it on the internet. Where's the wallet? No, it's not that one. That's the Sega CD demos wallet. I got a wallet somewhere.
Sega CD demos, some of them are a bit of a mess as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Got some interesting
Flight
examples.
Squadron is it's the full game.
Well, I was kind of hoping that where is it? I was kind of hoping that Fatal Fury Special was going to be the full game, but it's not.
So weird about that demo as well.
It's
probably most people never realised it, but that demo has the exact same characters and levels as the demo they used for the Xbox Live Arcade version of the exact same game.
Wow.
How weird is that? Like, why?
So I see the wallet. Just 1 second.
I think I've got a Fatal Fury special demo, but I didn't pay for it. It was just lying in a case when I bought a second-hand game.
From a boot fair some time ago, I got this beautifully early 2000s Darth Maul CD wallet. And in it is like Tomb Raider 3, Tomb Raider 2, Crash Bandicoot, a bootleg version of Crash 3, Anna Kournikova. Right. Demo 1, registered user demo 02, autumn Christmas releases, and then 44, 43, 80, 55, 50, 60, autumn Christmas releases, Station 4, another demo 1, demo 54, demo 40. I probably don't have the one with Cooler World in here, thinking about it. But it's mostly demo discs.
I'm seeing if I can do some digging, trying to find which number it is. I've got one that does have Cooler World in it. It's number 16, volume 2, it says. It apparently has 3 lines on it.
Yeah, they have some brilliant, they have nonsensical
Looking
names. I don't know why they give them such stupid names.
So, guys, a friend is asking for recommendations of Sonic games. They've only played the first game, like the original, and Forces. Which games should I recommend them?
Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Sonic
That's
CD.
Done, yep.
And if they're looking for a 3D Sonic, Sonic Adventure is a really good place to start. With the 3D
I've
Sonic.
mentioned Sonic Adventure. I put down SA2 as well, just because I know that's other people really love that game.
I would recommend against Sonic Labyrinth. Recommend against.
Yeah, especially.
Recommend against Sonic Edusoft on the Master System.
What about
I don't know how
Sonic?
you'd find a copy of that to begin with, but
Well, yeah, it was unreleased. An Idea Factory bundle at 99% just got released on Fanatical. Oh no, don't tell me that. Oh no. A lot of the games I already have, though. I'd end up dropping a ton of fucking keys on the Discord, I'm sure. Idea Factory bundle from 89p. Right, okay. 89p is Monster Monpiece don't have, Fairy Fence F have, Moero Chronicle have. Tier 2, 459 is Fairy, Fencer, F, Advent, Dark Force, have. Devotion, Neptunia, Noir, Goddess, Blackheart, I think I have that. Mega Dimension, Neptunia 7, I have that. Tier 3 is Agarist War, Marriage, and Blanca Neptune plus Zombies. I am not paying $9.19 just for Agarist War, Marriage. I'll wait until that goes on a Steam sale. That bundle is so underwhelming after yesterday's bundle. Oh man. You were saying?
Still better than any deal they'll ever get on any console.
Over here, yes. America has lots of flash sales on PSN that we don't get.
They don't have as good. They don't have sales as desperate and that. They don't have bundled game sales.
No, but they occasionally, like Metro 2077 and Metro Last Light for like $5, HD remastered. America had that recently in a flash sale. That's pretty good. $5 for 2 Metro games remastered. They do on occasion have bundle games in them. We don't over here. Our sales are always shite on console.
Well, Nintendo's are just a joke on Nintendo own things. Wow, 30% off a 2-year-old game. How generous are you?
I know.
They don't even put sales on the games that barely sell either. I mean, games like Sushi Strike, if they sold that for like £10 new or something as a download, more people would probably play it, but no, it's still like a full price game.
Speaking of Sushi Strikers, in one of the games, one of my local games has it for £15 pre-owned.
I got it brand new for that. I got it brand new for that price. I got it flat brand new for that price at the Smiths like a year ago.
It's like 30 quid new, or like about 25 or something in game right now, which is weird. I'd rather get a pre-owned version, just get it for 15.
Well, you're not going to lose anything. There's no DLC to the game. It's a complete game, so you're not missing out getting a second-hand copy of it.
Also, sorry, can I just complain about the enemies in this level? It should be machine guns, not these ink or paint guns or whatever the hell they want to call them. It's like it was so intimidating seeing them trying to gun you down in the original.
Oh right, so that's a change from.
Said they changed it on purpose, saying it didn't fit the theme of the stage originally, having machine guns.
But I thought it was bad.
Of course it fits the theme of the fucking stage. This is the bad guy's fucking lair. Of course they're gonna have fucking machine guns.
Skylanders by the same developer and characters have guns in that, so. And flamethrowers and.
Yeah, and Skylanders and Spyro are the same fucking universe anyway, so. If Skylanders can have guns, fucking Spyro can.
I don't know. Who knows why they designed it that way?
I think what irks me as well about it is that it's clearly this is supposed to be you trying to get into the bad guy's base, so therefore they're going to be packing heat to try and stop you.
Yeah,
obviously I know it doesn't work with Spyro, but you know it's yeah. This is the one change I hate about the game, but besides that, it's all good.
I mean, they got the facial expression down when they start shooting at you. That looks great.
Yeah.
But just the weapon doesn't match. The weapon looks wrong.
Can't we just mod it so that it's the original models? I know that would be so jarring, like all these HD models and then just the enemies of the PS1 models.
I've said this about this. I've said this about Crash Insane Trilogy. Give us PS1 model mode. Even if the environments are still like super duper super great, give us the PS1 models. Playing modern Tomb Raider with a PS1 character model is fucking hilarious.
I do think this game has.
Like Metal Gear Solid with that old PS1 Snake mask they had.
Yeah, the PS1 Snake outfit in Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, it's stuff like that I like.
I do believe they've got what they call a retro skins. They've tried to make it look like a PlayStation
That's,
model, but it's still clearly the Spyro, like the just the model with the different textures on it.
The
like
retro skin, as far as I understand, that's a thing that's Crash Tag Team Racing only.
No. It's in this game.
How do I get it?
Make it. You can make Spyro look more like a PS1 character, but it's like the models, like everything's the same. It's just the textures have just been swapped.
How do I get it? I want it like now.
Just a second. I can't remember the. It's like one of the cheat codes you can put in correctly.
Ooh.
But I'll just.
Oh, I'm super interested. Oh, he knocked me into the water! Loser!
There's a shark in the water.
Biscuits and tea, my favorite.
Right, time to start. I guess that's one weird thing about TV these days, just flicking TV. You might see that naked attraction program on TV, because all on the TV is some random people's dangly bits.
So ERB, the retro Spyro code. Whenever you're ready.
Yep, yeah, I'm ready.
L1, 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 up, down, up, down, up, down.
L1, 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 up, down, up, down, up, down, triangle?
Triangle, yes.
Oh, wow! Oh, he's so adorable. It looks completely fucking wrong. But wow, he's so adorable. Aww.
See what I mean? It's the exact same model, but it's just been made to look more like
Yeah,
the original one.
All they've done is low poly the reignited model, but that'll do. I'll take that.
I just wish
it's
it
nowhere
was the
near
original
perfect,
model.
but it'll do. The textures are wrong and the animations are wrong, but still a massive improvement.
Yeah, Draven, I actually found out about it due to, I think, was it the Niskel and Ultra Director Jester playing Reignited back last year. I believe that's how I found out about the code, because they put in all the cheat codes every couple of. So like you've got like all the different colors you can give Spyro, like the flat.
Yeah,
the
you
flat
can
mode
change.
and all
You can
this.
change his colors and make him 2D. I knew about those. 271 way. AI C gems. How am I gonna get that? Okay. I like the draw distance in this. Like you can see objects from totally far away now.
Yep.
In the original, you could see the environment far away, but you couldn't see the objects. That's a huge improvement in this version.
The most you could see, if I remember correctly, was just like the glimmer, but it was not as obvious as it is now from what I can see there.
Oh, this is a supercharge ramp. That actually, why am I saying ooh? More like ew. It's a supercharge ramp. Okay. Let's see what happens. I gotta run this whole distance with the supercharge ramp. Where am I trying to get to? Up there? Up there, I think.
Yep. I think if you need to, if I remember correctly, you need to open it. You need to open. Sorry, you need to hit one of the cranks to raise it up.
Oh gosh. Okay.
No, I don't know why I'm telling you this, because I'm pretty sure you've done this before on the original. So.
Oh, I see. I gotta bash into that with the supercharge. Right. Okay. Ranks. I totally fucking drawing a blank on Cranks.
See the bridge that you go over,
Bridge.
Like just going when you go through the area with like the pumps, and then there's the bridge just before the supercharge.
Yeah.
There's cranks at the sides of them that you can you can charge into, and they'll raise up the bridge.
Right, I see. Cool, thanks.
No problem. Well,
yeah.
This is what happens when you play a childhood favourite of mine. I've been known to do that with Gunstar Heroes. Whenever somebody plays it at arcade, I'll just try and help them if they can't quite get it.
I don't find it confused with that game. Everyone says no one bought the game when it came out, despite the fact I remember all the reviews at the time being really good for it. So I'm like, what are you on about?
I think it's more a case of that maybe
people not imagining things.
I think it was, from the sounds of it, it was a case that it did sell. However, they didn't make that many copies.
Yeah,
so
as far as I understand it was a supply thing. I never saw a copy of Gunstar Heroes as a kid, and I was more often than not in video game shops thinking, oh, I want this, Mum, buy this for me. So I would have seen it.
The thing is about video game shops back then, and that's one thing you've got to remember, you didn't really know when game was coming out or not, or what was going to be in each shop. There weren't really any good sales charts for games either.
Stuff just turned up when it was out and it was there.
Just look it.
Yeah.
Everything.
Which probably explains when I looked up the dates in some of my Mega Drive games, it's a bit inconsistent with what the back of the box says. Like someone will say, oh yeah, it came out in 1992, it came out in 1993 in the UK.
That could be because of 1992 when the game was developed and it took a while to get released. It doesn't get released until 1993.
But because I noticed that with specifically with Sonic Spinball and Dr. Bonnie's Bean Bean Machine, they came out at the tail end of 1993, right into 1994. At least that's what Sega Retro tells me. So I'm assuming that's.
Well, most websites go by an American date, and they always seem to ignore the European dates.
Not funny enough, not Sega Retro. Sega Retro has all the dates for when they get when if they've got the dates for each game. They will have the specific day and which month it came out in each region. So like they've got one for UK, they've got one for Europe, they've got one for Japan, they've got one for America. Obviously the American ones are the ones that always have the dates in, because, well, as you say, everybody always mentions the American dates because, of course.
Dead again. It's so easy to fall in the water here.
More like chart testing all. I mean, the only charts you can find for UK things, some magazines had sales charts in them, but I don't know if they was accurate or not, or it's just rubbish they made up on there.
And I noticed that, like, in the issues of the Sonic the comic that I've got with the Mega Drive zone, like most of the update be like the Aladdin on the Mega Drive, Sonic 2, like all the time. It didn't seem to be anything else besides those games. Maybe when Sonic 3 came out, that was when that was.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, you know that Aladdin sold like extremely well on the Mega Drive. One of the best-selling games on that system.
Mm-hmm.
Aladdin was constant bestseller, and so was Sonic 2 as well. Constant bestsellers. So it wouldn't surprise me that they're always at the top of the charts, because they sold.
Well, they're not as depressed as modern sale lists, where it's just Call of Duty and FIFA and that's it. The old top 10 of the entire decade is the same game. Two games. And Minecraft.
Well, I mean, Minecraft's unique, and it definitely does deserve.
Minecraft doesn't have a sequel or a million sequels at least. I mean, they could have easily done that with the series, but they decided not to do that.
I'm doing good, thanks, Chuck. Chuck, welcome back.
I'm doing fine myself, Chuck. How are you?
I mean, yeah, I should know about picking loads of games that went Mega Drive. I had no clue they had European versions, because I just saw them in a shop and they just picked up. I mean, I also think you got the McDonald's Treasureland game. Didn't know anything about that game at the European release. I thought it was Japanese only because all the review magazines reviewed the Japanese version, and usually that meant you were probably not going to get to play the game.
I mean, that game was. I feel like that game was pretty much made to sell in Japan and America because McDonald's is so much bigger there.
The weird thing about that game is, I believe the American version of the game was censored, but not the European version.
Oh, funny you mentioned that. See Streets of Rage 2? We've got one thing censored in our version.
Yes, yeah. It's so stupid.
But in America, they had Cigar censored out, and one of Blaze's sprites, where we seen her pants.
A few pixels got censored, literally.
Exactly.
So pathetic.
Oh man, a few pixels. I'm really going to see that on my CRT television.
A few white pixels.
And I don't want to get into the whole Streets of Rage bare knuckle thing because that was just ridiculous.
That game was
game.
fucking destroyed in localization. Bare Knuckle 3 was fucking trampled.
That made really unplayable as well because of all the difficulty changes.
I mean, I love the artwork they made for the European version, like the UK version. It looks pretty sweet, but besides that...
No, because actually, believe it or not, the McDonald's game does have censorship in America.
Huh.
There's an enemy in the pirate stage, and it's like an African character with a shield, with a mouth that shoots fire. They redrew the sprite of the American version, so it's a yellow-skinned alien.
I know the one you're talking about.
It's a yellow-skinned alien in the US version. There's no other differences to the game, mind you. Nothing. Why? Why?
I think the only difference between the Japanese version and the European version is, besides language, is that's a...
No, I think that changed. We're already in the US version. I think it was left in the European version.
That's like changes from the American version, like the European and Japanese. It's like the only one besides text and like the Japanese
today. The
today.
text might be different because translation and all that. That's not that weird. I mean, look, there's some games literally when they get released outside of in America, they completely remove the entire dialogue from.
But yeah, Dynamite Heady, thanks Sega for that.
It's not the only company. That's a game the Japanese version's better because they made it 10 times harder for no reason as well.
Yeah, and I hate all the Japanese references they took out, like the geisha, Yayoi.
I don't understand that one at all. Why was a geisha processed as too edgy or something turned into a robot? Why was a doll turned into a robot? The doll thing was turned into a giant robot with castle turrets. But it's in the Game Gear version, still uncensored.
I mean, it's like, well, the Game Gear version, literally, they just because like the original version from Japan had all the English names in it, they just literally
the Game Gear version is identical.
Yeah, because like they don't call Mariama Trouble Boone, they just call her Mariama.
I don't understand why they did changes like that. I mean, was it really? Oh look, this character's no one's gonna buy this game in this country because that character's purple and don't look angry. Stupid, pointless alteration.
You know Mariama / Trouble Boone isn't actually a cat. She's supposed to be a bear because the theme says Kuma.
Well, it looks more like a cat.
I know it looks looks like a cat, but apparently, according to the developers and obviously the song
I don't trust Treasure to know the difference between a cat and a bear because they seem to think that that a bear can be curry and rice.
Yeah, they're also the people who like to say that you can get stars from pinching girls with big breasts.
Yeah, that's a weird game, that one.
Oh man.
Which, funnily enough, is it like it's easier in the Japanese version than it is?
You know what's strange about that game is in Europe it has two different box arts. There's two box art versions of that game in Europe.
This is Freak Out, right?
Art. Yeah,
Freak Out.
Yeah,
two
Freak
European
Out.
box arts for it. I have no clue why.
Because it's Stretch Panic in America, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but in Europe it has two different box arts. The more common one's the rubbish one that's just a logo on a red background, but then they redesigned it to show an actual character on the cover.
I think that's the one we've got in our collection, the one with the character on the front.
Nice.
It's not, I don't think there's any other difference beside the cover, but
It's like the Beautiful Joe. How I've got the is it the orange version?
there's no difference between them. They made two different coloured backgrounds for the game. Even see on the back of the box, there's no difference between the games.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why they did that. Why didn't they just use the American cover? That was better anyway. But
I think we've got one of each in our collection. The pink and the yellow.
I'm not sure why it needed two different covers.
I don't know.
I guess just to make it pop on the
all
shelf,
I know is that
maybe.
I've got Beautiful Joe and I love it.
It's one of those weird ones, weird cover variations. There's some odd ones. It's like, I think there's a pinball game on the PS2 called Play It Pinball, and that's two different covers as well. The thing that makes it more confusing, I got a used copy of it, and it came with two different instruction manuals for both covers. But one of them says it has one more table in than the other one does. So it's like, so was he a typo in one of the instruction books?
So does the game actually have the number of pinball tables the manual that has more says it has?
I've not really played much of it. That's just
Because if one of the manuals says it's got an extra pinball table that it doesn't even have, that would be hilarious.
I mean, it's not the first time I've seen an instruction book completely lie. I think the biggest lying instruction book I've got is Samurai Showdown 5 on the PS2. It has entire move sets and lists for characters that are not even in the game.
Oh yeah, speaking of Spyro, like because to make it relevant to our commentary, see with the Spyro Into the Dragonfly, you can see the entrance to a beta world that never made it into the final game that was cut.
Is that in the manual of the game?
Yes, in the manual, and it describes money bags and gives them saying that you'll see them in more than one level.
And you see them in one level.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, this Samurai Showdown 5 instruction book was so weird though, because there's entire move sets for characters that are not even in the game.
Is it a case of they're unlockable, or just like they're not in there
There's
at all?
only one unlockable character in that game, and it's Poppy, the dog of the ninja guy. And you just go to the guy who owns the dog, Galford, and press start. That is the only character secret in the game. The dog.
And now you're going to tell me that Poppy's moves are not in the manual.
So in other words, it's right already in the game, for some strange reason they made it playable characters. But the other characters it mentions, the bosses of the previous games, are not in the game or any version of 5, so I don't know what he's talking about.
When did you go live? 2 hours, 26 minutes, 48 seconds ago.
And it gets worse because the actual the case itself mentions all these boards in the game that are not in the game either.
Oh, so the worst.
The instruction book makes up characters and move sets for characters not in the game. The cover, the back of the box has the entire highlight points for things that don't exist, and the screenshots they picked. You can't tell what's going on. It looks like they've got a tiny little like postage stamp MS Paint screenshot. You can't even see.
To be honest,
Also, the game has quite long loading times. That's how basic the graphics look.
To be honest, the worst time I've ever seen a box set lie to me is, funny enough, Final Fight 2. The European and American box art, well, for one thing, it was the exact same artist who did Streets of Rage, so they've taken.
Yeah, there's lots of copied parts of Streets of Rage 2,
one and 2. So you've got like the same pose as Blaze has for one of the characters from Maki. You've got Garcia in there getting hit. You've got the entire street from Streets of Rage 2, Streets of Rage 1's box art lifted and put into it, even including the guy in the manhole. Along with Cody and Guy, who don't show up in the game as playable. Along with the first boss fight you fight in the original Streets, in the original Final Fight.
I wonder if it were artwork designed for the first game and they just for some reason picked that rubbish, picked a different one at the end instead.
Maybe, but at the same time, it's clearly got like Garcia, whatever his name is, the other male character you can play as besides Hagar and Maki in it. So what makes you're like, yeah. So I don't know. It's like I just find it funny
There's
that
some
this
weird box art that have complete nonsense on.
Oh, you've got box
I can't
art
remember the name of it, but there was this PC Engine mecha game, and for some reason when they released it in America, they redrew the box art and made it 50 times worse. So bad that this robot on the cover of it didn't even have a face anymore. They managed to not draw the character's face on. Like,
maybe the artist just figured it was too much work to draw the face.
The worst I've seen is Phalanx, the American copy of it, American cover of it.
The guy with the banjo.
There's a reason behind,
Yes.
The old man on the
there's a
front with the
reason
banjo.
behind
Yeah.
Phalanx though. They did that on purpose to get people to notice the game.
I know, but it's just so
Which
bad.
makes it kind of amusing.
I mean,
Kind of disappointed when they remade the game and they just randomly somehow sneak the man in the banjo in all versions just because it's funny. Just because it's the thing most people remember the game for these days, so it worked.
Yeah,
I can oh sorry,
it's stuck in the back of everybody's mind.
I remembered that if our version of Golden Axe has the Japanese cover for the box art. However, the manual, for some odd reason, has the American artwork. When
I can think of quite a few games that do stuff like that. The first PS2 Castlevania game was like Europe. It has this really ugly CGI render, but the front of the manual has the Japanese cover of the game, and the back of the manual has the American box art. So why did they make this rubbish 3D model for the European one when they had two artworks already?
I thought the European slash English version, like the UK version, had the original artwork from the Japanese one on the cover.
The copy that I have in my collection is Ayami Kojima art.
Oh right.
The one in my collection is Ayami Kojima art. I don't know if that's the same about like every revision, but the one in our collection is Kojima's art. Absolutely.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, some of the time I love when we redo our own artwork. Like for instance, Dynamite Heady, Sonic the Hedgehog was like kind of its own thing, and Sonic 3 because I think that's iconic. The whole with the three fingers and the one at the side to make it look like he's actually doing 4 when he's really trying to do 3 with a finger waggle.
Sorry it took so long.
What a stupid one. There's quite a lot of PS2 covers though that just make, especially PS2. It's just wondering, going, what were they thinking when they thought these covers up? Especially some of the cheaper budget games, they have such stupid covers.
Yeah.
Like that one simple series game about Chinese vampires, but the English box art repeatedly calls them zombies.
Yeah. Vinny played that recently.
Plays this online goes, why are you throwing rice at zombies? I mean, well, they're not zombies.
Vinny played it recently on budget PS2 games.
They were Chinese zombies either.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Jiangxi or Chinese zombies, the Chinese vampires. Yeah.
That's what the game was called in Japan. It was called like Jiangxi Attack or something. But of course, Americans whoever translated the thing went, well, no one knows what a Jiangxi is, so let's just call it a zombie, because they're apparently the same thing.
So, what's in there?
Well, like they don't know the difference between onigiri and donuts.
I don't know. It's amusing enough. I've got that game, and the instruction book on the first page in the title, the script, it says you get attacked by the Leaving Dead. Just type.
The Leaping Dead?
No, the Leaving Dead.
Leaping.
Oh, right, sorry.
Leaping Dead at least made sense.
The Leaping Dead would be a funny pun, but...
No, the typo of Living Dead is leaving.
They're not arriving, they're leaving.
Yeah, so could we just talk about Mobile Light Force on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2?
No.
What a mess.
Yeah,
I had to comment on Kim Justice video on Play on that. And they never mentioned anywhere about the complete train wreck as Castle Shikigami 2 in Europe in the entire video. I got 2 likes for it, so at least somebody must have known what we're on about. I'd love to know why the European version of Castle Shikigami 2 has all the dialogue and voices removed.
So they didn't have to translate it.
It was already translated though, because the US version existed. So.
I mean, you say that, but see, well, I mean, this is more because of because it was a different name. But Tombi 2 on the PS1, our version doesn't have the opening narration voiced, whilst the American one does. But I'll give them credit; they don't just use the American like all the dialogue for it. They had to go and reread some of the times when they said Tomba to Tombi. So
that's not.
Well, it's not just that. If you factor in that it's going to be multi-5 because it's European, they probably didn't fancy doing 5 loads of narration for different European languages.
Probably.
Tombi 1 got around it by just having subtitles instead of the voiceover.
Probably why, yeah.
And not gonna lie, it also had a pretty sweet insert song for the intro on the European version.
I don't remember
weird
this.
Ones that comes to that kind of stuff, innit? Where you just get a game and they just bizarrely just don't translate it properly, or just leave certain stuff out of certain versions for no reason.
Yeah, was it? If I remember correctly, Tombi in Japan got like a kind of J-pop song for its for the intros, whilst the American version just had the instrumental of it, and then for the European version we just got a UK band to and put one of their songs in it.
Poor Tombi. It didn't deserve the just the abuse that game got. Didn't deserve it.
I just want a copy of that game, but I can't justify spending about £80 on 1 or 2.
I think it's more than that now. It's probably more than that.
Yeah,
now.
it's around 100 now.
I swear, well, last time I checked was like
120.
probably last year was like a CEX was trying to sell it for 80 quid. So it was, I felt like that was Tombi too. So I don't know how much.
Well, it's CEX. I mean, their prices are pretty hilarious. I mean, they sold one Skylander figure there 80 quid.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. See, today I was in there. I was checking the anime section, and they had a Deep Dub Sailor Moon DVD. Do you want to know how much it was?
80.
A lot.
£15.
15.
What, an episode? Just for a few episodes?
For 5 episodes, yes.
I would pay that. Compared to some of the stuff I paid for like movies on their own, I would pay that.
But it was only for 5 episodes.
That's hilarious, because one of my local CXs for a while had a Gundam Wing DVD that even had a proper Gundam action figure, and they weren't even only asking £10 for that.
Oh man, with a figure!
Wow.
Oh.
It wasn't one of the model kits. It was one of the actual.
Doesn't matter. It comes with something cool.
Out of curiosity, what figure was it? Because I've once seen at a convention the Gundam Wing figures that they made to promote the anime when it first came out, along with like the original Gundam Wing is the original Gundam.
There was for like early 2000s, about 99 or about 2001 ish. There was actually making Gundam action figures for America, not model kits, actual action figures. They're a bit smaller than actual model kits.
Yes. I know the exact ones. That's the ones that I've seen, like in the packaging and everything. From I was so tempted to buy one, but I thought, my mum's gonna kill me if I buy this at a con. And it was like, this was like when I was like, oh god, this is maybe like.
You don't see them very often anymore.
Yeah,
they rarely make action figures of Gundam anymore. To be fair, they do in Japan, but they're usually smaller ones. And price of some of those figures are weird anyway. They don't make much sense.
If I remember correctly, I think it was oh god, I think it was Duos and Choa's ones from Gundam Wing.
They're still making Gundam Wing. They're slowly making Gundam Wing model kits. Of the characters. I think Sandrocker was the last one to get one a few months back.
Yeah.
They've been basically remaking the old model kits because they've not actually remade that model. I've done an actual new version of that suit since Gundam Wing came out 20 years ago.
Oh god.
It took them that long to. I mean, it took them over 20 years to put them in put the putty version of like a Gundam of G Gundam into an actual model kit form. Over 20 years.
At least Gundam Wing is still getting acknowledged, though. From what you've told me, Mobile Fighter G Gundam, nobody even fucking talks about it anymore.
I meant G Gundam. Gundam Wing gets
you meant Mobile Fighter G Gundam. Yeah.
Gundam Wing gets interesting if they make Gundam toys for the American audience. They're only ever based on 3 series: Gundam Wing, the original, and Unicorn for some reason. They're the only ones that get figures or anything designed for the US audience.
I think Unicorn gets a lot of stuff because Unicorn was like proper HD and everything. I think that's why that gets a lot of attention.
What was I going to say? Oh yes.
The problem is with most of the Gundam Wing makers, it's bizarrely they make loads of model kits of specifically the Wing Gundam, but it's the one from the movie with the Angel Wings, which is never in the show. They never make many kits of the one that looks like in the actual show, which is kind of a bit odd.
If I remember correctly, the English voice of Domon Kashu from Mobile Fighter G Gundam is also Mega Man X in the remake of Mega Man X on the PSP.
Maverick Hunter.
I would not know.
He
had a different voice. He had a few different voices in the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games, and they were translated into English until 4th one. Even though the character's voice kept changing.
Because I know it was like obviously Ocean did G Gundam and that. And I noticed that the narrator from G Gundam is also the narrator for the last half of Dragon Ball Z in the Ocean dub of it.
Yeah, I know some of the voice. I know. I know the voice of Geo in Gundam Wing, who also did, I think, Rat Trap in Beast Wars and Suezo. They all sound the exact same.
Yeah, it's like I funny going back to Mega Man. See the voice of Proto Man, Scott McNeil. He's one of the, I can't remember who it was again, but he's one of the original one of the characters from Gundam Wing. But I can't remember the guy's name again. Like I know who I'm thinking of. Just
they'll say that though the actual Double Monster Rancher actually used some music from some of the Mega Man cartoons as background music. So.
Funnily enough, so did the Cell Saga of Dragon Ball Z when Ocean Studios got.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? It must have been a weird obsession with companies back then to reuse audio clips there from multiple TV shows. I mean,
a lot of it would have been stock. It would be cheaper to use what they already had than make something else.
Yep.
I mean, I think one of the funniest I always found funny is there was you've probably never heard of this, but there was this cartoon called T-Rex. It was a weird cartoon. It was like set in the 1930s, but it was about dinosaurs who had armor like RoboCop. I know you probably say this sounds really weird, but it was animated by the company that did all Mukumi Takahashi stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're this like, I think they're called Kitty Films or something, and they just made this show which was completely made for Americans. It was not made for Japanese audiences whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I found funny is they had a logo at the time, and at the end of it going doo 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 doo, and sometimes the play was in the episodes at random. It's so weird. It just felt so out of place.
I felt that Nasty, in spite of his misguided
I don't know. I don't think the show are all that successful. He got one stage, but yeah, it had a weird premise with like 1930s or something. But they had like RoboCop suits.
How weird. I mean, was it like the weirdest one that I've ever heard of was like a Tatsunoko production of that. The GD family got an English dub called Bob in a Bottle, and it was like the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. But it's like considered lost media because nobody has any. Like, there's maybe like 1 or 2 episodes that are found out of like.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose being in India and Pan Man got one of his movies translated into English, but no one saved it, so it's lost. And the only information we had on an Indian website had it linked that they played this show, but the links for any clips does not work. So even that got an English dub, and I thought that was a kids show, but. You know, when it comes to picking up Japanese stuff, all these companies pick up stuff never aimed at kids, and everyone complains about them censoring it. They're picking the wrong game for the wrong target. When picking shows for the wrong target to begin with.
Oh, so Glitter Force. No, I am not going to let that down. I am still pissed off about Saban with Glitter Force. I am sorry. Ocean did a really good job of it with Toei Animation with the original. Fuck you, Saban. Fuck.
Wasn't it done like that because it was like fair on regular TV? Didn't they also mess it up by making it really dark on purpose because they thought bright colours would give people seizures? I mean, what?
Yes. Yes.
Don't like Dragon Ball Super on TV though, I've noticed. Sometimes the fire energy gets dark and I think, why? You do realise the thing that was causing the seizures was a screen, it was two colours constantly flashing in the background. It wasn't people fighting.
Yeah, they did that with Dragon Ball Z Kai as well, I noticed when I was watching that on TV.
I don't know if it's only done on TV versions, because if it's only done on TV versions, it don't make much sense.
Yeah,
it's definitely noticeable because it just suddenly becomes darker when we're having a fight, you know?
What's even worse about Dragon Ball Z Kai was the fact that it was that they also had to re-record lines, and because like Chris Sabat and all that were so busy with other works at the time, they had to get Sean Schemmel to just try and do his best Vegeta or Piccolo to say another dimension instead of he's dead.
Just to change a couple of words. That's just so stupid.
That sort of reminds me of it as well. Obviously, you're probably too young to remember, but in the UK and Europe, we never used to have G.I. Joe. It was called Action Force, International Heroes. And so they had to change the theme song because you can't go real American heroes. You know, Action Force, International Heroes. I mean, but they had to alter some lines in any. They had to basically redub any line where the character started with Yo Joe, so they said full force instead.
sorry, just quickly. So is that why the obvious parody of G.I. Joe in Futurama was edited that way? Is that because of that?
I have no clue. I don't think so because in the 90s, the basically it's just called it G.I. Joe everywhere. It was just they don't even care about G.I. Joe outside of America anymore, let's face it.
It's just because, like, I know that, like, an episode of Futurama was, like, kind of like the Saturday morning cartoons, like the kind of 90s stuff, and they had a clear parody of G.I. Joe, but people were complaining that it was too violent and everything. That just made me thought.
No, the thing is, though, the UK version of the Action Force was no differences between G.I. Joe whatsoever in content, just the name. There was no censorship or anything, it was just the name.
So it was literally what they did to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles by calling them Hero Turtles.
Oh no, Hero Turtles was censored.
Absolutely. Basically everything fucking nunchucks is gone for a start.
Fucking hell.
Everything nunchucks.
The original Hero Turtles intro, you'll notice you'll never see Mike with nunchucks, and they'll replace with a shot of Krang's face and all that.
Yes,
that is the reason why there's a grappling hook in later series, so they didn't have to edit it. It even affected the live action movie. He couldn't use some sausages as nunchucks. It got cut. until that idiot who set all these rules in the UK left the BBFC. Then they all got. Then Envy filmed this feature, got it completely put back in.
The DVD releases, as far as I understand, are uncensored. As far as I understand, my DVD releases are.
Farce. They were completely pointless. I don't know, this guy really thought people thought with them seeing nunchucks and I think people would make them on their own. It's like, really?
Well, yeah, of course kids are going to make fucking nunchucks on their own. They're kids, they're stupid. Doesn't mean you have to censor existing things just cause.
The thing is, though, with that guy, it wasn't just nunchucks he had a problem with.
Hey, Sushi.
It was Ninja Throwing Stars, which is like games like Tenchu had them change to darts and stuff for a while, and even in the 90s, and just for the UK versions. I mean, who's gonna get a throwing star or a dart? I mean,
you must be the dragon everyone's talking about. Well,
they're not stuff you can just buy in a shop.
I'm afraid there is a small fee to open the bridge.
And then there was the other one. Oh, sometimes knives were censored as well because of big knives. I think one of the Rambo films had a really bizarre scene saved where a kid just holds a knife and juggles it and then puts it in his pocket. It was cut from the UK version, saying kids would copy it.
Again, of course kids would copy it. Stop censoring stuff just because kids are stupid.
If I remember correctly, I think for a while when they had Who Framed Roger Rabbit on TV, they cut out the scene of the dip with the clown shoe.
That could be just television company being funny. That might not to do with DVDs.
No. Like I remember, when I seen it, because I think I seen it on a video like years ago when oh god, when
TV edits make no sense when it comes to the stuff that cut out. Envy 1 does it different.
TV edits can sometimes just be for time as well. They just decide that something isn't relevant, so they'll cut it.
That sometimes happens, yeah.
Or you have the original version of the Viz translation of Pokemon Adventures where they clearly show that underneath Green's dresses she's got 2 Pokeballs where her breast should be, and she says gotcha. Whilst in the reprints they've now made it so that she doesn't have the Pokeballs and there's nothing's been ripped and she's still saying gotcha.
There's some really stupid ones. I don't remember, but I remember someone finding a while back and one of the first reprints of JoJo before it became popular. They have a scene with a dog in a car and they redrew it to be a rat.
What the hell?
Rats?
Yeah!
What?
They redrew a scene with a dog in a car because they thought it was too violent and changed it to a rat. This guy was sitting in the car with a giant rat.
Well, nobody's gonna complain about a rat getting killed, are they?
Well, at the same time, it doesn't make any sense either.
What's with this speciesism against rats?
Thanks for helping me light the lamp, Spyro.
Yeah. I mean, one of the funny censorship ones that I don't know if they still do on TV is Gremlins 2, where there's a scene where one of the Gremlins puts something in the microwave. Now they usually cut the scene of it putting the like farts in the microwave, but they leave the microwave exploding still. So
now the microwave explodes for no reason.
Yeah. Makes you all see the more strange.
I've noticed that if you ever watch the Channel 4 releases of The Simpsons, they always cut out a few scenes every now and then, and it's so jarring because I've seen those scenes and it's like, wait a minute.
To do that with Futurama on there as well.
Yeah, Sky One still does that. There's like was it one of the parts of the Wild Green Yonder? They cut out a bit about horse tranquilizers. And then talking about hookers for a
Stuff when it comes to Sky with theirs, they didn't alter Futurama much. Sometimes they knew with certain swear words, but that's all it did.
Yeah, so it's like
audio for a second. They won't alter anything.
But like the thing is, like they mentioned a hooker, and they just all of a sudden it just kind of cuts out. It cuts to like the next scene of like
Reminds me of a really weird one. An old, like, I think 96 or 70s cartoon called Johnny Quest.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Johnny Quest.
On DVD, they censored a scene because one of them, I think he goes to a tribal team and it says something like, "I'm bigger than Jesus," but they removed the line so his mouth still moves and he just stands there.
I mean, the worst one that I've seen so far, but this is only because it is not culture. It should never. This should never happen because it was sign of the times. Is that one episode of Tom and Jerry where they're on the native island with the natives, and how they cut out every single line of dialogue, even though you can clearly see the mouse moving, like they're trying to say something.
They cut dialogue because usually when they're released on DVD, they're usually completely uncut. Them they don't change them.
Like,
just put silly warning on for like, yeah, people were weird back then.
It's like the only episode of Tom and Jerry that happens to. I mean, it's like you can still see it on TV, but it's like maybe you'll be lucky to see it.
You don't want to know when I was a kid on TV, all wars played and none of them had any cuts. I found an old videotape, one of the Daffy Duck cartoons, where he punches Hitler and it had a Nazi duck in it. They weren't even hiding there were Nazis, and they had no problem having that on TV at all. These days, you'd never get that on TV. I
think they took it out because, if I remember correctly, it was a stereotype of Africans, like the black face and everything. That's why they took out, like.
That's what most of the stuff in old cartoons are took.
So
Disney took it a bit too far with Fantasia, where they removed an entire character.
Yes. it's like, but the thing is that you can find like one clip on YouTube and they've still got the original audio. But like if you anywhere else you try to find it.
It's not the only thing. Some other weird things Disney has done. It's like there's an old Pixar film called Knick Knacks.
Yes.
And one of the characters has no bust when they made a HD version of it when they had them originally.
From the lizards. Here,
They removed cleavage from a plastic doll from a glass ornament. And it's like,
how am I gonna get off now?
I don't know. You Google that character.
You'll find a way.
I'll find a way. I always do.
So do you want to talk
if
about?
You Google that character name and that character from Knick Knacks, you'll notice it has a huge, rather bizarre fan base of people drawing every single character under the sun as that busted doll face.
So that's where Treasure got the idea for those enemies in Stretch in Freak Out.
Possibly. I don't know.
Because I know I mentioned like the Japanese version is easier. Yeah, there's like tons of those lassies about the entire Japanese version to make it easier for you to get points. Because if for those who haven't played it, to access any of the bosses and the levels, because it's pretty much like a boss rush game, you have to get so many points to enter them, and then the good thing is if you fail at doing getting your sister, I want to say it's you're kind of purifying your sisters that have been from these evil demons. I think it is. It's been seen the game, so I can't remember.
No, where it gets even more confusing.
How do I climb these?
Going back to Action Forces, is the history behind it in Europe is a complete mess. So basically, it started off in America, obviously called G.I. Joe, when it was they're like Barbie dolls. Now, when it got released in Europe, it was renamed Action Man. And Action Man became its own series, and Action Man characters are not related to G.I. Joe characters. For a long time, they were not related to them whatsoever. Hasbro actually own Action Man now, so technically he can be part of the G.I. Joe series, but...
Wait, when did G.I. Joe start? Because...
Well, G.I. Joe originally was just a bunch of dolls, like army dolls.
Like
then
what year?
Then it got turned into action figures.
What year? Just...
I don't know, it was like 60s or 70s. But then in 80s they turned into them littler figures that more people think of that G.I. Joe these days.
That makes sense, because my mum remembers my uncle had an Action Man that funny enough they used on like the they compare the mark.
Yeah, that's an original G.I. Joe technique. G.I. Joe, that Action Man. That's what they all used to look like.
Yes, because it was I think was it the scuba diving one, as my mum remembers specifically.
Yeah, that's how they started. When it gets really confusing with them is, it gets worse than that, because eventually a UK company started making their own size figures similar to G.I. Joe, and they called them Action Force. Now, eventually, they started to make the Action Force, they got hold of the G.I. Joe figures and combined them with Action Force. And then Action Force itself was all Hasbro figures eventually.
Oh, no.
So it was always really weird. It's like, no lie, there's literally in the UK Action Force, there's like any villains that don't exist anywhere in the G.I. Joe whatsoever.
What are you, some kind of goat?
And, well, some of them are pretty random. It's like, one's a skeleton, one's a fish.
Oh, sorry.
So what you're saying is they're just leftover Masters of the Universe characters. They couldn't make any toys for that, so they just.
No, I'm a different company.
I know, but you never know. Maybe they just took the molds for them and just thought, you know what, this could be a character for our Action Man figures.
If you can collect enough of them, they can be
Who
used
knows?
to defeat Ripto.
The thing that I gets really confused
Where have you been?
about the old Action Force is
Got a little lost.
it had its own characters, its own vehicles. You know, one of the vehicles in Action Force, to my notice, I do understand why Hasbro would not want to actually use this. It was a skull-shaped TIE fighter, with a skull for a head. Why would you not want to put that in G.I. Joe?
That is so weird.
That wasn't a legit Action Force vehicle for the villain. A skull-shaped TIE fighter.
Hunter, you can't even keep track of your running shoes.
Meanwhile, G.I. Joe's had an obsession with naming everything after snakes, but not really look like a snake, which I thought were a bit weird.
They're important too. But I'll tell you
So I'm just want to give you a little trivia here. See the new voice of Hunter. That is currently the voice of Darien / Mamoru Chibiya from the Viz Dub of Sailor Moon. And it's almost exactly his voice that he puts on for Hunter in Sailor Moon.
That's Tuxedo Mask.
Yes. So yes. So now I can't unsee Hunter with a tuxedo and a mask on.
Oh, I can't swim yet.
Oh, you just need to get a measly 500 gems.
Get 500 gems, Spyro.
No, to be honest, the old 80s when it toys was very confusing. A lot of companies would just pick random Japanese toys up and just throw them in in non-related series, even though they're not fitting with the rest of them.
Would have been whatever toys they could get cheap, whatever licenses were kicking around.
Transformers in the original generation, the Transformer in the advert looks nothing like it does in the TV show, because the actual toy was based off the mechs from Macross. It literally was a Macross mech.
Oh man, you're telling me that in the UK I could have got Macross mechs? Fuck.
Yeah, the Valkyrie had a Transformer.
Oh man.
I actually have that Transformer. It's really banged up and not very good condition.
So what you're talking about is Robotech, right?
Yes, Macross, the mech in Robotech, was officially a Transformer character outside of Japan.
So I was just trying to piss off
But the thing is though, ever since, the character actually still exists in the series and he's called Jetfire, but they had to redesign him so he doesn't look like the Macross character exactly in phase, or Harmony Gold tries to do. Even though they never created Robotech, because they own Robotech, even though they never created the characters anyway, because the Japanese origins.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like sometimes like to piss people off by just saying when they talk about Macross. Oh, you mean Robotech? And just watch their face sink as they think I knew nothing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people hate Robotech for no simple reason. All of the Macross series never get translated into English because of Robotech. Refuse to let anyone translate or do anything with it. Yeah, they never do anything with the series itself.
didn't Manga Entertainment do a double fit?
They probably didn't dub it. It's probably just the original version, just re-released on DVD by them.
Okay, so sorry to go off tangent, but I swear this has happened before.
Wow, you're a pretty good athlete.
Like, I'm getting a huge deja vu right now. Like, I swear we've talked about this at the exact
we've
specific
talked
point
about
before.
a lot of these things multiple times. And if Sushi turns up, all of a sudden we'll start talking about Power Rangers. It's always the way it goes.
Oh yeah, the series that Sab. Yeah, the series that Sabin lost.
We should be lucky that the company that dubbed Robotech never took off with Dragon Ball. Could you imagine that series might have never even existed in the West if the try out that did Robotech.
But if it did, then we'd get But if it did, we'd have to get Whiskers the Wonder Cat.
And Goku would be called Zero.
Yeah.
It's funny, they actually dubbed Dr. Slump, that company did well, but they only did episodes because they said people at the time didn't understand it. They didn't get that it was not an action show, so it confused.
I mean, the worst thing that I've ever seen is Card Captors. Changing it from a shoujo manga / anime to an action to an American
it's not the only thing they tried to do with it. There's also
I do have a soft spot for Card Captors just because that was the way I was introduced to the series. If it wasn't for Card Captors, I would not have been interested in anime as a young teen, and I certainly would not have been interested in Card Captor Sakura if it hadn't been for Card Captors. So I give it a little bit of leeway there because it did lead me to discovering the far superior original. Welcome, Will N.E. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say bad things about Card Captors. I'm just saying it's it's so weird how they tried to change it into something that it really wasn't.
Oh yeah, they did a number on the show. They removed the best episode, for crying out loud.
Exactly.
Okay, what do you think the best episode is? And I'll tell you if you're right.
We've managed to
It's been a while. It's been a while, so I couldn't tell you. I would need to rewatch it all over again.
I think the best episode of Card Captor Sakura is the one where Sakura meets Daidoji's grandfather in the house, in the manor, in the mansion. Because that one was probably cut because one, maybe a kid making friends with an old man is a bit suspicious, and two, she doesn't use a card, she doesn't capture a card. In that episode, there's no magic, no action whatsoever.
I should be able to open
But as far as I'm concerned, it's the best episode because there's so much great character development in that episode for Sakura, for Tomoyo's mum, and for Tomoyo's grandfather.
I'm just going to be the guy who says it. See, I'm still a bit pissed off that Sabin did this, but cutting out that entire arc in Glitter Force Doki Doki with the two characters that voiced by Todd Habercorn and I can't remember the other guy, so that it's where the power up that was quite handy for them, and then obviously it doesn't work with the next part of that arc, the next arc kind of bit. I still hate that they took that out because those were some really good episodes, but no, we couldn't have that, and so it looks like, oh yeah, we suddenly get this new thing. It can defeat anything. Next episode, we can't defeat anything with this.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you've just. I still hate them that they the episode with Yayui's father and how the implications of that he's dead. Because we can't have death in a children's cartoon now, can we?
Why the fuck not? Fucking Mustafa dies in fucking Lion King.
Your flame attack should
In Mufasa.
Mustafa. Who's Mustafa? Austin Powers? I think.
Yeah, Mustafa's like an Egyptian name or something like that.
Wasn't there a Mustafa in like Austin Powers?
No idea.
It could be. I need to rewatch Austin Powers.
When does the name ring a bell?
Yeah, is that one who has to answer if he's asked the same question 3 times or something like that? That character.
Will Ferrell played him. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Henchman of Dr. Evil appearing in the first and second movies, yeah.
Yeah. I think he was in the second film, yeah. I think he was called Mustafa.
Yeah, Mustafa.
Rings a bell.
Yeah. I was like, where do I know the name? And it's like, Austin Powers. Austin Powers is on my mind because I picked up the first film's soundtrack yesterday.
Ooh.
Right.
I posted all that swag in the Swag Brag channel, so just if you know, I haven't bragged enough yet.
I know we're talking about censorship. I kind of want to bring up the cause I mentioned Final Fight beforehand, but the whole poison thing. I mean, I'm still baffled at how the heck, you know, like how it's like obviously I understand that maybe beating up women was probably bad to show off in a game, but at the same time, it's like Japan did not go the right way of saying it. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, now it's official that she is a she in English speaking territories. In Japan, she's just like she hides that asset, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, Japan, I love you, but at the same time, could you just maybe have just said she's a woman? That's it. I know, obviously, it was like the end of the 80s.
On the one hand, if they made her a woman across the board, it would have been easier. But on the other hand, I'm glad that they stuck to their guns and said, poison is what poison is. What they should have done, really, is say poison is what poison is everywhere.
Yeah.
Rather than say, in one region, poison is this, and in the other region, poison is this. They could have easily gone the Tekken route, or the Cowboy Bebop route, and had a character that they said, this character is what you want them to be. Like, Cowboy Bebop has that with Ed, and Tekken has that with Leo.
Yeah.
In those cases, it's like, this character is what you want them to be. So, they could have easily just done that with Poison and not committed.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not trying
to be nasty or anything about it at all. It's just, I just find it so baffling that it went through this, you know, for like, just because they felt like people were going to complain about you beating up a girl in a game that already had like blood in it. You know, like it was, you know, it's like there was clearly like it could have vision of what they wanted to beat them up to be like. And I just don't like how they had the English version, the SNES version, and like the Game Boy Advance changed Poison to Red for some reason. It's like I just don't like. I just felt like they should have just kept it the way it was. Is pretty much what I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
Sorry for going on a tangent about that. I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. Don't worry.
I feel like I've probably pissed some people off that are watching this now.
Oh. If I worried about everybody I pissed off, man, I wouldn't be streaming. I'd be like cowering in the corner of my room, like scared that they're gonna do something.
It's only really because it seems to be a touchy subject even now. Like,
well, yeah,
with people and everything.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't want to think want people to get the wrong idea about me.
If somebody is going to get the wrong idea, they're going to get the wrong idea because they've chosen to.
Or anything like that. I was going to say, you know, I don't think either of us are going to call paper a transphobe or anything like that.
No. Of course not.
So none of you are onto the police about me, thank God.
The court of public opinion might have its own view, but as far as we're concerned, you're not a bad person.
We don't need to check your thinking or anything like that.
No, you haven't had too much to think.
Thank goodness you scared that evil spirit away. But now it will hide in
I
the
just
statues.
think it's so weird that could have censorship. But anyway, I mean, there is a lot of other censorship I could talk about.
How convoluted is this? Thank you for scaring the evil spirit away, but now it's going to hide in 10 statues. Why? Why is it going to hide in 10 statues?
Because plot.
There's no reason for it to hide in 10 statues.
Tom Kenny demands it. Because yes, that is who voices the Professor and Spyro in these games, is Tom Kenny. i.e. SpongeBob SquarePants.
SpongeBob is voicing Spyro and the old geezer.
Yes.
Fucking hell. I knew he was talented, but wow.
So that's why the Professor sounds pretty much like SpongeBob, and whilst Spyro sounds like a little more mature SpongeBob. That's only because it's, well, actually more not really SpongeBob, but definitely with the Professor you can hear SpongeBob in him. Especially in the original PS1 version, because it was essentially just his SpongeBob voice.
Wait, has Tom Kenny always been the voice of Spyro?
Since Spyro 2 Gateway to Glimmer, he has been the voice of Spyro.
Okay, since Spyro 2.
Right. It was up until A Hero's Tale, when it was taken over by somebody else. Can't remember who that was. And then it was Elijah Wood for the Legends of Oz games. Can't remember who it was in Skylanders, and then he came back for Reignited.
That's quite a big name to have for a Spyro game, Elijah Wood.
Yeah. Yeah, those.
I imagine he was quite expensive.
Here's what I wonder. I wonder if the Japanese version of Spyro Reignited Trilogy only has the first 2 games, because the 3rd game never actually came out in Japan.
I wonder if when you play it, the camera's all fucked up.
It would be funny if they did that, and Spyro's walking speed, his charging speed is the same as his walking speed in the normal versions.
Oh dear, and I'm back.
They destroyed Spyro in Japan, like absolutely and utterly just destroyed it.
I'll give the Japanese versions credit for giving us the name of Ripto, but that's about it.
And I will also give it credit for having sparks that you can level up and have more hits.
Yes, that is actually a good.
They should have brought that into the remakes, in my opinion. So. That's just because I like my games easier. So. A scrub.
Yeah.
There's one bit of changed dialogue in this level that I remember. One of the monks says, "I think you should crush that Yeti." In the original, he said, "I think you should kill that Yeti."
Oh no, killing is bad in children's games after all. We already ascertained that killing is not allowed in children's cartoons.
Even
I
though...
don't know, that's not true actually, because I remember they said kill quite a few times in Ben 10, the original.
Yeah.
I'm saying because of the whole like the discussion earlier. I've already forgotten most of what we talked about. But it was something to do with people not being able to say people were dead.
No, a regular show where the UK version refused to say died and stopped living instead.
Or the G.I. Joe film.
It's the same thing.
Or the G.I. Joe film where they say he's in a coma and not dead, even though the original script was to say he was dead.
No, he never died in any version. Originally, he was gonna die, but
that's
changed the mind.
That's
changed the mind because people got too upset Optimus Prime died in Transformers movie, so they turned it to a coma.
I remember
It's
some
like in all
kid like
versions.
allegedly locked himself up in his bedroom because of the whole Optimus Prime thing, and like refused to come out.
Yeah.
And that's where he hid himself whilst he tried to kill myself. Thank you, Mega
Hey,
Man
Tack.
X6 for that line.
No, I'm pleased with you backseating. Like, really, I should be paying more attention to the fucking chat. It's always a struggle when the voice chat is on to pay attention.
Sorry.
That's okay. It happens.
That another anime had a weird dub, Escaflowne.
Oh,
Two versions of the dub of it. There was
Yep.
a version Fox Kids made, and well, they slightly altered it and cut bits out. But then they decided to get the exact same voice cast to basically do an uncut version of it.
There's actually 3 dubs now.
There's another dub of it now.
So the thing is that Funimation had a Kickstarter up for them to get the rights to Escaflowne and a redub. It got the stretch goal for the redub.
Why did it need a redub though? Not wrong with the original dub it had.
Well, I don't know why. Maybe they wanted to make it more faithful to the original source material.
I think the second dub was more faithful because it was Japan that did it.
Because if I remember correctly, it was the Bandai cast, which pretty much had a lot of people that you would hear from like Ocean in them. Because I have seen all 3 dubs, so I know which. So I kind of know which version. So like the Bandai one was the original uncut version that also, funnily enough, did the Fox Kids version.
I do wonder why they decided to make a dubbed version of Fox Kids and try to hide that show probably aimed at girls were about a giant robot guy and so
well, the thing is, it actually started off as a show. The idea was originally a shoujo manga, but like a shoujo manga / anime. But during tests, it found children didn't actually like it, so they changed it to be more shonen / mecha, and that's why we've got like the huge Escaflowne and the guy.
Pretty much explains why the main character's a girl and they're just a bunch of guys. So no.
Yeah, and also if you see the film, it's why it's more shoujo than like the manga. Actually, the manga's like full on a shoujo manga. Like it's not like it doesn't have any shonen or like mecha. Like it has them in there because it's the source material, but it's more a shoujo manga than it is the source material.
Yeah, it's weird how some stuff there's something changed when they translate, but other stuff they do it accurately. And then we got Sailor Moon, which is a weird one, isn't it? Because they tried making a version more accurate to the manga, and everyone hated it because it took all the fun out of the show.
Is that Crystal or?
Yeah.
I mean, I like.
They couldn't have any more funny faces in the show, even though they're in the manga. Like, why? Why were they cut? There was in the original material.
I mean, for me, I personally really love the original Deke dub of it, but the Viz dub's not bad, and I do like Crystal, but at the same time, I kind of miss the 90s version, and I'm not a fan of the CGI transformations for the first couple of seasons.
They actually got rid of the CGI transformation in Crystal for later seasons, and then went back to 2D.
This is going to be painful. How come? How is it going to be painful, Pat?
Oh no, I know what he's talking about. Oh, good luck. Just good luck.
Is there another mission coming up?
If you noticed, all the NPCs that give you missions have the amount of orbs over their head. So so this brother had 2, so you've got 2 missions.
The first to score 5 goals wins. You are shooting at the
First to score 5. Okay. So I have to compete against someone else.
If they turned down the AI, because it could be a bit difficult in the original, but
they probably have toned it down.
So I was saying about Escaflowne, we're talking about the 2 dubs. Was one that I noticed from the Funimation version from the original uncut one is what they call the Fate Alteration Machine. They call it the Fate Proclamation Device instead. But I like the Fate Alteration Machine a little more from the Bandai version.
Yeah, I don't know why some dubs just randomly change certain names of things.
Case closed, anybody?
No, but just change a random term for something for no reason, and another person picks up and says something different. It's like, why can't you stick with one?
What's the easiest way to like watch all of Detective Conan? Like, it's probably like pirate anime sites, right? Torrent trackers, stuff like that.
Yeah. Pretty much, it's like don't bother. I mean, the dub's good, but it doesn't do all the source material, so it got cancelled halfway through.
I'm not interested in the dub. I know the dub's bad. I watched a bunch of episodes that were on Netflix, but they only had so many of them. That's the thing.
That's probably because it would have been based on the on the dub. The dubs, how many the dub got done. I think. Because then it'll match with like the Japanese. Japanese
no, there was
English
only
dub.
Japanese voice language on Netflix.
Huh. If that's the case, then I don't get it. Maybe that was all they'd had officially translated.
Yeah, they had about 51, 52 episodes with translated subs, and they were fucking amazing. And I love the show, and now I've run out of material. And I know there's a load of anime before those 51, and I know there's a fuck ton after those 51. So the best place is probably going to be like scrupulous anime streaming sites, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Okay, it's fine. I'll just do some digging on like a torrent tracker for it. It's a shame. I'd much rather watch it somewhere official if I could, but I don't think that's going to be an option with Case Closed / Detective Conan.
No, it's an option with some stuff.
Funny, now that we're mentioning Case Closed / Detective Conan, I recently saw a French version of the DVD. Sorry, not the DVDs, of the manga in a charity shop. I went in today.
Man.
I thought I might try and pick it up. It's not there anymore, and all they've got is like Attack on Titan and Tokyo Ghoul now, all volumes of which I've already owned at home.
I wish my local charity shops had cool stuff like that. Like, seriously. The only time I've ever got anime out of a charity shop is that one super mega haul.
Oh, speaking of anime, they've got a really old DVD of Voltron, the original dub of the original version.
Oh
of
man!
Voltron. But it's
So
only
not
like
fair.
2 episodes on it, and it's like 99 pence. I've been debating getting it for quite a while, but I thought,
Yeah, Voltron's a weird one, isn't it? Because it's technically a Japanese property, but most of the stuff in it's made by Americans. It's not made by Japanese people. And Voltron has loads of sequels, but they're not to do with Japan whatsoever. Especially if they have lions in them, they're all American ones.
Yeah, because was it the studio said we want the one with the lion, and they got Voltron instead of the one they actually wanted.
Well, that's the thing. There was a series of Voltron where it was vehicles that based up another toy, but they called it Voltron in English. And I think one of those UK DVDs was based off that, but had the lion Voltron on the front cover.
I think that might be the one I seen in the charity
They had the wrong
shop.
Voltron episodes from the wrong Voltron.
Because I didn't get a chance to see what episodes it was, but I did notice that, and if I remember correctly, the original version, Shiro is Shiro? Whichever one, the one that dies, is said, no, he's taken to a hospital, and I think originally it was his brother took over for him, but he looks identical to him. They called him Sven in the English version. So
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's pretty weird like that. I mean, Gatchaman were pretty.
or Battle of Planets.
Yeah. And every time you get a building destroyed, you just get a narrator going, "Everyone escaped."
and here
add the next scene of this robot character who's not in the Japanese version whatsoever, just to say it. Well, the 80s, I mean, different time period.
I mean, my favourite thing like that is Sonic X, because after Perfect Chaos destroys
this
half
is
the
what I
city,
was going to say.
We safely secured everybody out of stations. Really?
Yeah, everybody evacuated from Station Square.
Dragon Ball Z English dubs did it as well. In the one, what you're seeing in one of the dubs where Vegeta crashed in a building and then goes, "Oh wait, no one's in it because it was a Sunday."
What?
That sounds like something Dragon Ball Z Abridged came up with, to be honest.
Yeah.
Real dub.
Jesus.
To be fair, this is the same dub that said sit-ups and drink plenty of
juice. It
juice.
was a
So.
Sunday, so there was no one in the building. But I think this was the same dub that had the line, "Oh look, they've got parachutes," when the clearly character had none. And the blew some helicopters up, so... hey, they've got, don't worry, they're alright, they've got parachutes. You know, the parachutes and the person in the shop.
Or the whole next dimension thing, and going to the home for infinite losers.
At least that sort of made sense in a way. They just didn't want to say the word hell and made it, but it made more sense than you mentioned.
There it is.
Well
done,
You
Spyro.
scared the evil spirit away. Why don't you?
The other ones were like, oh yeah, they were that really weird edit they did in one where characters thinking out of a thought bubble with a tree of an apple, and then just remove the apple and the tree from the thought bubble, but leave the thought bubble in the dub version. It's like, why?
How odd.
It's like, why would you censor that or go out the way to change something like that? Affect anything? It were weird. There are a video on all daft edits they did of the early like DBZ dub episodes.
I mean, was it like? I mean, the only time that I've been kind of okay with kind of some changes is, funny enough, the Pretty dub from Ocean. All they did was change all the names to be English names, Japanese, which
Take care, chat.
I am absolutely fine.
Nothing wrong with giving characters English names. They don't change the story or anything.
Exactly. It's like, but like there were some names they kept the same, like but like they changed, like maybe they didn't want to make it sound as dark, which I'm absolutely fine with. But like everything else in this is exactly the same as the Japanese version. It's just with English characters and English names. Like you've got like, what is it, the main characters are Natalie Blackstone and Hannah Whitehouse instead of Nagisa and Honoka. That's a bit, and it's like they've obviously like they've changed manga to be comic books, or they've or it's like the usual
kind of a weird thing to do these days, because most people these days probably know what manga is, so it's a bit of a pointless alteration.
This dub was made in 2007 /
Well, that's probably why then, but
Wow, that late. Considering that the show was pretty old by then, that late.
It was 4 years old.
Yeah.
Because four kids scooped up the license a year after it got released in Japan, but did nothing to it, and it ran out in 2007 / 2008. I can't remember which one it. So after that, like Toei Animation wanted to get a dub of it out there because they thought it could be popular like Sailor Moon was back in the 90s. So they tried it with different studios, like kind of pitching it to people. They did it with all the seasons they had, like up to Yes Pretty Cure 5, which was the 3rd season. They made like English trailers for them, and like kind of gave them out to different companies to see who would take it. And Ocean Studios said they would dub the first series, which they did. Sorry, 4th season, because season 1 was original Futariwa, then it was Max Heart, then it Splash Star, and then it was Yes.
I never saw.
I'm trying to work out, Tack, if there's anything I can get without having the swimming power yet. If there's levels or anything I've missed.
The Colossus is the one you can only 100% without having any of your abilities.
Right. Okay.
With Glimmer, you need the climbing one, which you don't get till next world.
Okay.
The Idle Springs, you need to have to complete everything 100%, which is one of the other levels you could access. You need swimming, so it's best to get swimming now, and you can go into Idle Springs and get everything there, and then you can continue on.
Righto.
I never saw it, but I had the dub of that show, Little Battles Experience, completely cut entire episodes out. Yet the story of these scenes was still left in the game. The only game that got released in English. And that was one of those games that, oh yeah, we're gonna set in America, change all the side to English, but we've got a character in the game called Master Otaku still.
Oh, it's like how Sodom was. It's like how Sodom in Final Fight was changed to Katana.
Yeah, they thought the name was going to offend people, so they changed it to a name of the sword.
even though he is just a weeaboo, really, that's all he is.
You would have known that at the time when that game came out, though. It was just only in that one game, so.
I know now, but now knowing that, it's like, yeah, he's a total weeaboo. The fact that he's like, no offense to any weeaboos at all in here. I'm not trying to offend anybody.
None taken.
Yeah, but it's like, but you just kind of get that. It's like, yeah, it's like he's actually an American guy. He just really loves Japanese culture, hence why he fights with the armor and the swords.
I don't know. The one in Shadow Hearts 3 is funny when it comes to that kind of trope because it's literally just a ninja guy called Frank Goldfinger, just like a really old man who has a hilt and he sticks random stuff like cats on it to use as a sword. I mean, he's called Frank Goldfinger. I mean, what a name to a guy dressed up as a ninja. and that series is dead because, you know, the company ran next slot machines and actual real games. Oh, well. You were weird with that little battle game though, because the game has like massive tonal shifts. And they probably cut them out the dubbed versions. Probably thought they were too like violent and all that, but left them in the game still.
So, Spyro,
but you've got like things like robot maids and stuff, and they're all left in and all that, and people called attacker and stuff. But all people have American sounding names, and all the signs are translated into English. Though admittedly that would make the game easier, so you can actually tell what shop is what, because if you're in Japanese, you don't know what it says. Help a bit.
If I remember correctly, sorry, like I know I was talking about Pretty Cure before, but I'm pretty sure that the Ocean, like at least the company that owns Ocean Studios, wanted at the time, like after they'd done Pretty Cure, because it sounds like it did do pretty well in Canada and here in the UK, that they did actually want to do the third season, Max Heart. Sorry, not Max Heart, sorry, Splash Star as a dub, because they did the kind of like test. Like a test to put out to different TV channels to see if they'll pick it up, and it was from the voice that they used, they seemed pretty decent, and I think Toei did their own kind of in-house kind of thing describing what Yes Pretty Cure 5's plot was without anybody's voices, so they've just got the footage but nobody talks. And I mean, it's a shame they didn't get picked up until Saban decided to make it Glitter Force, and just we're not going to Kyoto. We know we're going to the Japanese cultural
Yeah. Well, if you want to know what I think about that, there's a very damning review on Random Access where I say, like, your audience is not fucking stupid. If a show is set in Japanese, use the fucking Japanese names.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't really get the point in having a story set in Japan and hiding it's the fact it's not set in Japan. We don't do what other companies get. If you see a program set in France, the English dub don't say it's set in America. It's still set in France. So
could you fucking imagine, like, fucking Ladybug and Cat Noir? You've got the fucking, like, Eiffel Tower and all this French stuff. It'd be like, oh yeah, we sure are loving it here in America.
No, he's saying Blackpool.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty funny having a cartoon set in Blackpool just for the randomness. or Skegness Tower to be even more funny. They'd be going, where's Skegness? I don't know.
Because I mean, is it the thing about the Splash Star, like the kind of pilot they did? They used the original names from the Japanese version, so I thought from the sounds that they were maybe going to change to all the Japanese names for that dub. Was like, I think Toei asked them to change the names for the one to make it more appealing to English speakers, a bit like how Sailor Moon changed like Usagi to Serena kind of style. I think that's what they were getting at there. And I mean, I still love that dub. But
Yu-Gi-Oh! When it comes to name changes in English is weird. Like,
yeah.
If you're a main character, oh yeah, you're fine to have your name left in Japanese, but everyone else has the name changed. It's like, power. If you're not a main character, you have to have a different name.
Yeah. And then, again, the whole Glitter Force thing. I hate what they did with the Okambe, buffoons as they called them, which I like the name Okambe instead. Like, original, like most Monsters of the Weeks, will literally just say their names. Like, for instance, in the original Pretty Cure, even the dub just kept them saying the Zakena. They even got somebody to do the voice of Zakena. Like, it's completely different from the Japanese one, but they got somebody to do it. They even got somebody to do the voice of the stars that come out of them, which they say "Comena, Comena, Comena," which is obviously "I'm sorry." They kept that, but yet in Glitter Force they have to have them always speak and say what they're doing, which it was fine when they did it once or twice with like the question Akambe, but not all the time. None of them said that.
They technically do that. They do that with Power Rangers as well. All the villains are never always quiet. But I think it might be like that in the Japanese version of Power Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, and then
that's just for an American version thing like that.
And I am still shocked that they did not cut this one scene out. It's for a split second. I know that it maybe would have been hard to cut it out, but in the fight with Cure Beauty slash Glitter Beauty, I can't remember what the Cure Beauty in that dub, but whatever her name was again, they had a fight against one of the villains, Joker, or Rascal as he's called in the dub for some reason. I preferred Joker much better. But that fight, yeah, Joker just straight up goes towards Cure Beauty for attack and licks her hair. I don't know how Saber did not see this, because it's clear there for a couple of seconds. He just kind of takes the hair and kind of licks it at her. I thought that was a bit unsettling, you know, especially like for like a girl who's supposed to be like 14, 15. I'm surprised they did not cut that out. Yet they cut out.
That's not a surprise. I mean, Savannah have left weird stuff in dubs before like that.
Yet, just one last thing. Yet they cut out the episode about the Japanese, it was kind of the Manzai tournament they had, where like they had like two famous Manzai actors in for it, like doing themselves, and it was like very awkward. Like they obviously didn't have much in the way of like voice acting, so it was very stilted and like not even like kind of Manzai stilted. Like I mean, like properly, like they had
this
no
sounds
idea.
like an absolute laugh, though. To be fair,
it was pretty funny, but Saban cut that out. They couldn't even just say, "Oh, it was like a joke contest or something." Or actually, the worst.
Just let them like that in and just made some reason up. I mean, you don't have people to get the joke, so.
The worst one, which I hate, is that it was also it was character development for one of the characters in Glitter Force, Doki Doki / Smile, Doki Doki Purikure, with Reika. She originally had some development when playing Hanafuda cards, like the kind of. Or it was like the kind of the ones where they say something, you have to slap the card away that corresponds to it. They called it a spelling contest in the English version and cut it out completely. So all of a sudden, like at the start of this, they kind of cut back and say, "Oh yeah, do you remember the spelling contest that we?" And they just show them with these it's like the cards for a pack of cards for the contest, like that somebody gave them after the Monster of the Week, but called it, oh no, it's like the spelling bee cards. And then it's like, oh yeah, so we don't explain how they got the crest thing they needed to get at the time. They just, yeah, this happened off screen.
Oh, it's not the first time Savannah have messed up with a dub, meaning a Digimon or the kind of amusing one in the first series, which confused a lot of people who watched it.
You've reminded me of something that I found hilarious that happened in Digimon Season 1. When they get back to the real world and they realise that Devimon, or whoever it was again that was at the time that was a villain, was trying to get through like before Kairi got Gatomon. They tried to get to the tower where the bad guy is, and they just, in the original Japanese, they hit a stranger. They just into his car and just go away. Whilst in the English version, they try to explain it away, saying that it's Ty's cause. So they say it's like, it was really nice of your uncle to give us a lift.
I mean, yeah, because there's a scene in one episode of Digimon, and one episode purpose with a shadow of a certain Digimon. What does the dub do to this episode? It puts a narrator going, "Who is this Digimon? Find out in the next episode." The Digimon's Dago, or the one base of Cthulhu. He's never in any other episode of that series.
I remember that. Oh god.
Thanks for confusing people for years with that one line, guys.
thinking that they've missed an episode or that they've aired them in the wrong order on TV because of that one line. Wow.
But still, I love that we can still get Gundrum or Sheriff on guns in the time where like 4Kids would be editing out guns like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon. They wouldn't they wouldn't air that one episode of Safari Zone.
They could have probably just redrew.
To be fair, there's more than just a gun that makes that episode dodgy. Meowth pretending to be Hitler and pretending that the Safari Warden is a Jewish person. It's a bit dodgy.
Of course,
there's more than just the gun.
Clips of the genie in the episode, MBF ending, so.
To aim the camera left or right.
I know.
They could have easily fixed problems skipping episode, just reworking some lines in one of the dubs saying how he can talk or something, and they were off screen. But they
could have said.
I mean,
it's a shame we couldn't show you what happened at the Safari Zone.
I mean, so with the gun, they could have maybe had like a little product placement said, "Oh, sorry, that's my Super Scope or something." You know, just just mention the Nintendo light zapper, light zapper, or like the zapper or something, just to make it seem like it's.
We're already the when I would have a gun anywhere. Then worldwide only Pokemon guns. So, and that's including. You'll only notice early Pokemon out will be characters. One episode at a time, it's Officer Jenny and no one else. Be the police officer and all. And guns are still left in the English dub anyway. There's some other guns left in scenes still anyway. Even so.
Yeah.
Ash gets loads of them pointed at me in one scene. I mean, no problem with that whatsoever.
Probably, I mean, it's like I'm absolutely fine that obviously they had to edit out. That's absolutely fine. It's just a case that it's like as you say, they probably could have just got away with it. It's like just editing out, specifically that scene with Meowth, because that would cause a lot of problems.
It's a fun
they
scene.
edited out the beach episode, and they just wrote They eventually finally aired in Team Rocket from it.
Oh yes, yeah, the scene where James
removed Team Rocket entirely from the episode.
Yeah.
Call it a lost episode.
Oh no! Team Rocket's definitely in that episode. Beauty and the Beast.
You just don't see the faces.
No, they're in the competing in the competing cafe.
Body shots of them. You just see the Pokemon.
What you're talking about is not seeing them at the end. At the beauty contest.
They didn't leave the one shot of the old guy clearly staring at Misty in a bikini though.
Oh yeah, of course.
And
that gets left in.
Of course, that's there for the parents that are watching.
I still find it hilarious that they edited out that one scene of James cross-dressing with the fake breasts, and when he hits them, they puff up.
I don't understand. Don't get me, that scene was there anyway, to be honest.
Yeah. I just love that scene.
There's not any other jokes in the entire show like that, so I don't know where it came from.
It was like a send-up of fan service in anime, but they were sending it up in an anime that was ostensibly for kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sonic X is for kids in Japan, and yet Sonic swears in English like half the time.
They're not might be classed as swear words by the Japanese.
I know they're not classed as swear words, but it's like the second episode, Sonic just goes and plays English. Just anytime, but then again, I just love Sonic's Japanese voice whenever he said anything in English, because he's an English teacher.
Is it still Junichi Takamaru in Sonic X?
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh.
I just wish they would fucking redub Sonic X with just a script that isn't fucking compromised, without video edits that are unnecessary.
I mean, for me, as
the edits in Sonic X were just some randomly moving signs that were completely English to begin with, just so that
yes,
languages.
Oh yes, ERB.
Got all the text all together for them.
ERB, you remember this because you told me that the one that says "eat poo."
Yeah, it's love poo. It says.
Yeah, the sign in Sonic
Yeah.
X that says "eat poo" or "eat shit" or whatever it was again. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it says love poo.
That's it.
Fuck knows why the sign says love poo, but it does.
I'm assuming that was a joke probably done in Japan. You know, like,
Yeah, maybe some sort of Japanese like word gag, like play on words.
Possibly. or it could be like Dragon Ball. It could be like Dragon Ball I says in Japan, where they start moving all people middle fingering people off when they used to have no problems with it. Even though, so you got these Blu-ray versions where the scenes of flipping people off are being completely censored and cut out the Japanese version.
Fucking, what is it, Toei? They seem to have a problem with leaving things well alone. They've got the fucking name, George Lucas problem. They won't stop going back and making edits to Dragon Ball.
Was it just put that there, just put it there? Yes, perfect, must be perfect. Never clean, the past never happened. I'm in control of my life.
Vegeta blasts first.
I mean, to be honest, I still love the Majin Vegeta fight. That's one of my favourite fights in Z, in all honesty.
It's Vegeta fighting as classic Vegeta for like the first time in like 300 episodes. It's beautiful.
It is.
Just to have a Vegeta that one isn't a pushover, two just wants to beat the shit out of Goku. Man, that was such a good fight as well in Kakarot. That was so much fun.
I think what I also love about it is that smile that he gives, that he just gives Goku. that kind of half kind of grin thing. You know what I mean. Like you can find the gif of it on the internet easily. That where he's kind of tilts his head and just gives them a smile.
The interesting thing about Pokemon is it didn't really get many alterations outside the music, outside Japan for years. Then Sun and Moon came around, and then they had problems with some adult characters having some wine glasses to change how they looked.
Well, you say that about the music. Since the Pokemon company started dubbing it, they've started to less and less have the Japanese soundtrack in it.
Yeah, they make two dubs, they make two soundtracks, which makes no sense since it's technically the same company worldwide.
Exactly.
How's it going, Lazarus?
Why are you going out of the way to spend more money on two dubs when you've already got one?
Yeah, it's
so stupid.
I just don't get it.
It's not a money-saving measure either, like what happens with other stuff, because it's the same company.
Yeah, it's not like when 4Kids dubbed stuff. It was cheaper for them to get it without the music and just put in their own score.
Well, that's because Japanese composers are really greedy and weird.
This area is new.
You don't ever see it very rarely. You see this stuff very rarely happen with American or any other stores from other places in the world.
Or it's like I've noticed that like a lot of like American, sometimes even like UK cartoons, like they can't have a moment of silence that they can in Japanese.
Someone's got to be talking, otherwise the kids will lose interest and they'll tune away from the channel. That's probably what they're thinking. Like,
like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation. Like that's just some Ninja Turtles show where they've got cartoon sound effects every second in it.
And who can forget when the Power Rangers and the Ninja Turtles banded together?
Yeah, but amusing enough, that episode were probably better than most of the actual Next Mutation, because the Next Mutation was kind of a mess. Because it was full of these stupid sound effects all the time. It's like, why are all these sound effects there? There aren't any other Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I prefer the 2003 animated series in all honesty.
Enough was by 4Kids, so...
Yeah.
So that technically has a censored episode as well. One episode they refused to air in America, said it was too creepy.
Huh.
It was censored in the UK. I don't know what episode. It's an episode about Baxter Stockman. He just basically becomes like a creepy stalker and starts stalking April O'Neil, and it just literally falls to pieces.
This sounds like my new favourite episode.
Jaw drops off and stuff.
I told them that they weren't allowed to make episodes based on my life, but it sounds like they have.
I mean, it just sounds to me like Baxter is just thirsty for April O'Neil.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, who wouldn't be?
Yeah, but you know what?
April in that show is like a redhead, right?
Yes, I know what happens to him. It was just, I'm just saying, he just maybe he's just thirsty.
He got pretty messed up pretty badly in that series.
It's like how
redhead
found
April
people on the
O'Neil,
internet
right?
are really thirsty for Mikan from Danganronpa 2. Though I'm more for the Ibuki person myself.
Yeah, same. Danganronpa 2, Ibuki or Hyoko.
Of course, the newest version of Baxter Stockman in the last series is completely ending because they just threw abortion and turned it back a human again. It's like, why?
Oh yeah.
And he got really mad at it. It's like, why do you do that for?
That was
you know,
weird.
that entire series forgot entire characters that have been mentioned. So, and Krang's just vanished from the face of the planet and then never show up again. No explanation.
Has anybody been watching the guys in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Is that any good?
I've not seen an episode of it, but they've gone to the weird 10-minute episode thing again.
Oh yeah, like there's a lot of anime I'm watching at the moment that are the short episode
I don't
format.
understand. Action shows don't work at 10-minute episodes.
No, they don't. It's not that fucking like Bakugan is good to begin with, but even Bakugan is hurting like real bad from being like 10-minute episodes.
I mean, it was the only time I've seen.
The new Ben 10 has a huge problem. 10 because you don't know any of the characters. The villains show up instantly in it, and there's no backstory to anything anymore.
I guess they expect you to already know like everything about Ben 10 before going in.
The thing is, though, it's a reboot of Ben 10.
So it's a reboot, so nothing that previously existed even matters. Fuck's sake.
My question is Vilgax still voiced by Mark Hamill? That's my question, because I love Mark Hamill.
I voice Vilgax in the new Ben 10.
It's just because I
really...
really...
has an entirely different origins from Ben 10, which is even more stupid than the original.
I mean, it could...
Go into it if you really want to know what story of how Vilgax shows up in the new Ben 10.
Could you tell me, because I'm probably never going to watch that new Ben 10.
Ben is in the Omnitrix. Ben transforms into him and it calls the alien Gax, then it escapes the Omnitrix. Turns into Vilgax.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So they tried to do a ghost freak from the original, but made it worse.
Stranger is in the same scene episode. You get to see Ben transforming in loads of forms in that Yamcha dead pose. Like, why is that there?
I mean, nice reference, but at the same time,
it's random.
Exactly.
But now, I think there's
I mean, it's like
because of no Dragon Ball Z looking characters in the show. Amusing enough, that were a 3-part episode. Technically, it was like a 40-minute episode, so it's 10 minutes an episode.
So I don't know if
that was technically the only part of Ben 10 which actually had a story that you don't from an episode. Once a 10-minute story. And some of the stories in that new are just stupid. So stupid. I'm not joking, there's literally one where they go to a fun fair at night and Ben 10 sleepwalks, turns into an alien, nearly destroys the place, rescues everyone before they get injured, then goes home. That's the entire story.
It sounds something similar to what happened in the original one, like a story, but like that was more. But then again,
there was no villain in this episode, by the way. The villain was Ben. It was just Ben sleepwalking.
You know, they had perfectly 2 good villains they could have used from the original series that would have fit in with that piece, but clearly not. They clearly completely forgot.
They didn't use the villains. They actually did reuse some of the villains from the old Ben 10 in that show. The problem is, though, there's no You'd have to have watched the original Ben 10 to know the backstory of any of these villains, because they don't mention it in this one. and they look the exact same as they did before. So.
Okay, I've lost all faith in that cartoon now. I'll just go back to watching the original Ben 10 and all.
Yeah, because the villains that got brought back were the Hex guy got brought back. Not the female version, she just got booted out for some reason.
What?
She's a girl.
Probably because beating up women is wrong,
none of the circus freaks like him around with, so he's just in by himself now. And the new villains they made up are just stupid. One of them's called Queen Bee, and he's just basically a bee with a giant head.
And what you spend the whole season doing is trying to figure out who the singer is underneath the mask.
ERB, so I guess we could get.
It clearly was that one.
So we can go to the Honeybee Inn then, because I would totally go there.
What are the new villains? Yeah, they added a villain that's just basically just a rich kid with gadgets. That's it. He's not a villain. He's just a rich kid with gadgets.
Sounds like Psycho from.
Princess. Sorry.
You go.
I'm not joking. The actual episode about him in First Fears is they're in a giant shopping centre, giant shop, trying to find this sumo slammer action figure playset, and he's basically so the entire episode. Ben just running around with these aliens trying to stop this kid trying to get this action figure. Yeah.
I was going to say, so it's pretty much.
And then neither of them get it at the end. You know, that's hilarious. Because someone else buys it. And then having a fight in this giant maze-like store. Oh yeah.
There was a moment of quiet. Take it, Papes, before it goes.
Yeah. I was going to say this level, the voices of the Electros, Tom Kenny. In the original, it was pretty much SpongeBob SquarePants. Where they talk about
SquarePants.
Yeah. Where they talk about the gear grinders, it's like pretty much just Tom Kenny's SpongeBob SquarePants voice. They told them to tone it down in the remake. Oh.
So I gotta run around and kill these purple things now. Okay.
Yep. Although the goal looks like you're supposed to put the orbs on the pedestals, you do have to do that eventually at the end. But it's one of these things where you had to put them onto them so that you would lure out the purple guys, because eventually they would just disappear and you would have to put some more on for the rest of them to show up.
I gotta put them here.
Yeah, you've got to put them on the generators to kind of get some of them to show up, because they will come and steal them off. That's the kind of the whole purpose.
I see.
Oh yeah, what other villain did the new Ben 10 make? It made a guy with an ant, a cockroach with a human head and a cockroach with a man's head. Yeah, at least the idea is stupid, but I'm not really complaining about the design of that one. It's just silly.
Oh, no one is paying attention to the chat, so it's time to say fucked up shit. I'm paying attention to the chat. It's just hard to get a word in edgeways while Gary's talking.
I'm sorry for talking a lot as well.
I mean it in the nicest way, though.
And the other villain I like use a lot is some steampunk guy who has loads of steampunk stuff who wants to like have anything as the whole world to like become Victorian era like steampunk stuff.
So I was going to say that the cockroach guy, it sounds like they've been watching Monsters vs Aliens.
They possibly might have done. Probably the most stupidest episode of that, an episode which never's even counted for, is there's an episode where he turns in an upgrade and he goes to satellite to get a satellite TV cable signal, and this somehow brings a cartoon character to life, and he gets the abilities of this cartoon character in his watch. Never uses them ever again.
I mean, here I thought the weirdest one was that one episode of the original Ben 10 where it goes back to the first episode, but instead of Ben getting the watch, it was Gwen.
Yeah, but that one a canon episode. This one actually canon. That was just a standalone episode that wasn't related to anything. But probably the most stupidest thing they did is they actually got rid of Upgrade in the new Ben 10, even though he was in the show, and they made the most stupidest excuse for him not using him anymore.
And that
apparently,
was
Ben in the new version could only ever have 10 forms. So Upgrade now doesn't exist as an actual alien. It's just a power up, an armor power up for his other aliens.
That's bullshit.
Even though you used Upgrade in previous episodes. So.
I know it's always been called Ben 10, and I know he's obviously like had the standard is the 10 aliens, but people have, I mean, they should have done this switch with it, because as we all know, obviously Ghost Freak used to be one of the powers he could, and then Ghost Freak got out, and
Ghost Freak is even in this new one. I forgot about that character altogether.
Oh, so they couldn't do anything creepy with him anymore, because yeah, I was creeped out by his design the first time I saw him. Like when they showed his true form, I was very creeped out as a child.
I see him, he's over here. Last one.
Nah, I don't think Ghost Freak ever is even mentioned.
And yes, they're really grinding my gears. Ha 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 ha.
You know what grinds my gears? This new Ben 10.
I don't know if the new Ben 10's even getting episodes anymore. Cancelled it already by now. The ones I was talking about were like the first year it came out.
There's a video game by Little Orbit. I'm waiting for it to go dirt cheap on Steam before it gets delisted, which will happen.
It's just an average game. It's not amazing, but it's not horrible.
It doesn't have to be amazing. It has to be a game that at some point you won't be able to buy anymore. So that
like
way, when it's in my Steam library...
I can give one plus point to that Ben 10 game, so also won't play it online. It does have the proper voice acting for the current Ben 10 show in it, so at least...
Oh, wow. So they at least managed to get the current voice actors involved.
Well, there's not many cutscenes in it, and the game's only basically levels. Just really long levels.
But I mean, here's the question: is it as good as the scanner Ben 10 game? You know, that's
oh, the Playdia or whatever it was.
That wasn't the first Ben 10 game ever made, I think.
You scan the card.
Well, I never played it, obviously, because that thing was never released in Europe, so the entire system, so...
I've just heard about it from, like...
And that... Funny thing about that system is the only you can actually play as regularly a Ghost game, Ben 10 game, you can play as regularly a Ghost Freak in it. But yeah, you can play as the evil one in games, but it's a stupid racing games. Why would Ghost Freak drive a car? Actually, why doesn't kart racing Ben 10 game exist anyway?
Well, I mean, why does Sonic drive a car?
Yeah, but the characters in Sonic don't that super fast, so... It seems a bit weird Ben 10 riding a car, because it doesn't make logically any sense why he would, especially when all the characters in the game are just himself.
Well, just wait until Ben 10 Alien Force when he's voiced by you and Lo, i.e. Sasuke.
Oh, there's the sound of someone joining.
It's me again.
Hey, welcome back.
No, Ben 10 Alien Force, what you mean when the show tried to take itself too seriously, then he had to start making it goofy again, because they realised most of the target audience wanted impressive, dark and moody thing.
I mean, to be honest, I really liked Alien Force Season 1. I thought that was probably... Like, I liked the bad guys for it. I just thought it was really good.
It felt like they were trying to copy Batman. If that makes any sense. Just in how it visually looked to the 90s Batman show.
I get what you mean, but I still thought it was unique. But then again, I also liked how they explained how Kevin went from this huge creature of massive aliens that should not exist to just a regular boy.
Oh yeah, they put him in the new Ben 10 as well as a villain in.
Of course he is, but is he the freak of nature that he was in the original, or is he just a guy?
Well, you can get an action figure of him, but it's just like his weak form when he just had like 2 or 3 aliens. Not his so I don't know. They don't make many toys of the Ben. The actually new Ben 10 toys aren't really that designed as toys to the price though. I mean, they're decent size, bigger than the Bandai one.
Yeah.
That was detailed.
Had a diode.
But all the figures they make of them are just better off anything else.
I mean,
I know the Vilgas in that version seems to be based on the original Ben 10 version of Vilgax, where he's got the alien force sword.
Because who remembers when Lego did those Ben 10
yeah, they did make proper. Yeah, they made like action figures, didn't they? And a lot of people call them one of the worst sets Lego ever made. Oh, Lego.
I always seen them in for a while. I always seen them in the bargain bins, and I wanted to get one because I like Lego, but at the same time, I was like, I don't really want this. But this is
loads of Ben 10 stuff like that. Like Ben 10 action figure kits as well around the same time. They were buying nine. Of course, they don't work with anything like. Those are all different pieces. Like that. There were quite a lot of weird things, Ben 10. Quite a lot of the late Ben 10 toys, original series, are only available in Australia and I think UK. Not released in America whatsoever.
That's so weird.
The last actual Ghost Freak figure was a glow-in-the-dark one based off the Omniverse version. Because I never followed Omniverse that much, but apparently got Ghost Freak, a good version of Ghost Freak again somehow. But there was still an evil version.
But I thought I didn't watch Omniverse because
Omniverse Planet Ghost Freak, Planet other aliens, and became like Ghost Freak. Game of that was based off Frankenstein, like Ben Zappa, something, but originally called Ben Franken or something. They changed the name of it for some reason when it came to this series, and that changed its name as well. It used to be Ben Wolf, and they changed it to something else when it saved in the time was the same. Don't know why.
Yeah, I remember that episode. That was I liked that episode when he got his werewolf form. To be honest,
yeah, because they made like a minute near the end. The last figure set was Galactic Monsters. They made like a series where it was set in space. And it was classed in like set in like planets, like the most of the alien designs. And that's where the actual figure line ends. They never released with Ben 10K. They never released the figure of. Yeah, they re-released the figure of them. Re-released some of the older figures, just the same ones instead.
Yeah.
I think
maybe
we're
Ben
run
10
around the whole area for this one.
I'm trying to think. Maybe Ben 10 was in America. I mean, another reason why you can say that is there was that weird live-action Ben 10 game show as well.
I remember the live-action Ben 10 film.
There's no such thing as a US version, and even the reboot got a version of that. These don't exist in the US version of the show.
Yo, thanks, Lazarus. Should get a notification in a second.
No, the UK don't exist in the US version. You can't network. Not only have Coscatuli. That doesn't work in America either.
I know, because I mean, am I right in saying that one of the characters was voiced by Tom Jones, or was it
Sourdough? Thank you very much, Lazarus.
I doubt it was Tom Jones. It might have been sounding.
Awesome.
Anything being voiced by Tom Jones.
But it sounded so like him, especially when one of the guys sang. Like,
is this like the whole Sean Connery and Sonic Underground thing? Because that's been debunked. Sean Connery as Knuckles' dad in Sonic Underground. That was debunked. That wasn't Sean Connery.
Oh, that's reminded me of Ultimate when they made Sean.
Yes, it's intentionally flipped.
Because, you know, when you think Kniku Man, you think a giant in the medieval knight. Let's give him the voice of Sean Connery.
Zawarudo stops time, so it's intentionally flipped.
There's the live action Garfield 2, where they got Billy Connolly to play John Cleese. Yes, they got Billy Connolly to act as John Cleese. They even made him look like John Cleese.
What?
Have you ever seen the live-action Garfield 2?
No.
Like the film?
No, I haven't.
Well, it's like...
The Tale of Two Kitties, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so like the bad guy in it is made to look like he looks like John Cleese, but is portrayed by but is acted by Billy Connolly.
Fucking
So-
hell.
Yeah,
That's
it's
hilarious.
really weird.
Could they just not afford John Cleese
Why
then?
is that reminding me slightly of a really crappy program ITV made years ago? It was originally going to have a name like the Van Helsing, but when they released it, terrible name of Demons, and they had actor in it, and they were doing this weird bad American accent through the entire thing.
Yes.
They're clearly not American. It's like, why?
I remember that.
The next glide's
Lazarus remembers it as well.
Maybe they should have just left the original name as Van Helsing as Demons, it's the most generic name in the world. So it's no wonder I know remembers it. The name that's forgettable.
I mean, I remember that Demon Primeval, and that would it up.
Primeval lasted quite a bit of time though.
After they brought the whole new actors in, I kind of gave up. Like I tried watching it, and then I was like, yeah, no.
Where am I going to exactly?
I'm surprised Primeval didn't get bought out by Americans and they remade it. Seems like the kind of thing they do.
An RX 5700. That's a. I'm going to be completely wrong now. That's a processor, or is that a graphics card?
I thought that were a Gundam.
That's what I thought.
It's a Gundam.
Gundam series.
I mean, I know the
Graphics
original
card.
Gundam is the RX-78 because it was 1978, 1979 is when it came out. The original Gundam series.
Bonk.
Yeah, you probably that's what probably I'm thinking of. I don't know if there's anyone in the world who hasn't got a damn figure and I've got a figure of that character somewhere since they make so many versions of that one version.
I suppose it is iconic, but at the same time, I'm more a fan of Seed, G Gundam, and Wing before original Gundam. Oh, and the 8th MS team is actually pretty solid for one of the small kind of OVAs.
Oh, there's so many Gundam stuff. That's a problem. And there's so many saves, and some of them are just like short saves. Some are mega long things. Other ones are. Then you've got ones that don't really follow any proper story of Gundam, like all the Build Diver ones and all that. It's a bunch of random robots fighting each other, and that really makes theories at all.
Wasn't the Build series pretty much made to promote the toys that you could?
Well, pretty much all the Gundam series are made to promote model kits.
Yeah, but like, isn't the Build series you're creating Gunpla? It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
it is.
But the actual usual build sets usually are basically almost like reprints of old Gundam sets, but they have unique parts added to them, so they're not identical copies of them. They might have a different colour arm or a different shoulder pads or something, so it classes a different character.
It's a bit like Angelic Lair in that sense. If anybody's seen that.
Basically the build fighter ones like mix match sets. They're pretty much designed so you can just like just customise and make your own character out of pieces. Of course, now they have an actual proper sort of Gundam non-related Gundam series like that now. It doesn't have a TV show or anything. It's figures just called 30-minute missions, which is essentially the same thing. It's just like three different characters, and you just can swap all parts from between them to build your own things up with.
Yep.
They come in a million different colours variants. I've got loads of them. And they all have the exact same hull parts as Gundam ones, so if you've got Gundam ones lying around, like modern ones, they'll work with them as well, so you can like make really custom things out of them. And I wonder why they call 30-minute missions, because like the regular, you can basically build in 30 minutes because they're quite. Well, obviously they're pretty sturdy, but the simplistic build ones.
Yeah, what was it? I seen the adverts for like for the American Gunpla stuff. Is like grade something 30 minutes. It's like this grade. It keeps going up in the grades, and there's like how many hours they took or how many days.
The thing about the Gundam grades is they're a bit confusing.
This figure takes 10 weeks to build.
Different sized characters.
ERB, see for the orb that's up on top from near Colossus. If you want to know how to get that. If you've not got.
Can I get it legitimately, or would this be fucking with the game?
There's a legit way to get it. If you go back to where Glimmer is, but go up to that big pool at the side. If you know what I mean.
Back here? Where Glimmer is?
Game like way back. Sorry. Off to the side, you know how there's that little pool of water that you went to originally?
Yeah.
Dive in there. Like,
pool of water.
Like at the other. Sorry,
it's deep there.
You've got it. Good.
Right. Okay. It's deep here.
Yes.
I wondered. But I couldn't dive in the river.
I'm trying to tell you what to do whilst watching this stream.
At quite a little bit of delay. Yeah, I would imagine.
It doesn't help that my browser's also crashed a couple of times during this, so I don't know how accurate I am to where everybody else will be on the video.
Yeah, Nightbot, post that Discord link.
It's funny, I just remembered another thing I was Digimon when fan dubbed is when they dubbed the 4th series, you know, when they had people turning into Digimon.
Yes, Frontier.
Yeah. They never censored the transformation of the woman out of the girl with the VR headset when you get a giant.
Hey, don't take these things away from me. Imagine if I didn't have that as a kid. Don't take these things away from me, man.
What makes it funny is that character. There's a scene in the actual anime. They did cut either where she's in a change room, she just lifts her shirt and then gets interrupted. They didn't cut that, but the cut scene of the male character just shirtless sitting in a hot spring for a second.
Yeah, that's because nobody wants to see the male character. Come on.
I can't remember if this was before or after Saban lost the rights to the Digimon.
This was the 4th series. I'm pretty sure they had them still.
Because it was Data Squad is when they lost it and they had to dub it with somebody else. A bit like
Data Squad had a really ridiculous edit in it. It basically makes an entire Digimon up. Because essentially there was a Digimon, and while this Digimon exists in the other show, Nanimon. It was supposed to be a joke about old people in Japan or something. It's just like a weird, like, pro wrestler with the ball of a pro wrestler head with hairy armpits with little legs and arms, wearing sunglasses. In other words, it kind of looks like Macho Man from WWF with head with little arms. And obviously they altered him in the original dub because they were drinking beer and all that.
Wow, this level looks a little different than I remember it looking on the PS1 demo disc.
The thing that makes it funny is they made a second version of it called Bomber Nanimon, which was basically the same character painted up to look like a bomb. Now,
Yo, Steph, yes, this is my first time playing the second Spyro game.
For some reason, the dubbed version got offended by the thought, we can't have a bomb punching a building, so they changed it into a lemon and called it Citron.
Jesus Christ.
I know, this Digimon does not exist in any of the video games. It is a bomb in all the video games. It only exists in the show.
So all I can think to say to that is, I'm the guy who's gonna bomb your building down with the lemon.
Well, it's not the last time they did it. They did it with the last Digimon game as well. There was that Digimon and changed the name of it to hide the fact it was a nun.
Yeah, but they did bring her back for the second one.
Yeah, but the character was edited in the Switch version worldwide.
As far as I understand, only in the first game in that series. The second game in that series, the character is unedited.
It's got the censor in the European version on the Switch on both.
Oh god, okay, that's another game I've got to open up with layered FS and swap the fucking files around if I want to play it properly.
The thing that gets funny about that is the name of that Digimon. They changed the name of it for that censored version, so it's classed as a different Digimon. Even though
it is a different Digimon, yes.
And it's a bad edit. I guess no one were offended by the walking bomb Digimon anymore. Apparently no matter too much.
So what you're saying, when life gives you lemons, make a lemon grenade. Which, funny enough, at Decon, like 2 years ago, there was a store that was selling these little lemons that had like the tops of grenades on them with like the pins, and if you pushed the button on it, it made the sound of a grenade going off.
So it's like the old PC controls somebody made that were literally shaped like a hand grenade. It's supposed to be super rare and barely impossible to play a game with. Isn't an old like 80s one button PC controller, but somebody designed one shaped like a grenade. Where you use the pin to like as a control stick. It's like, why was this made?
So it's like how they made the chainsaw.
Yeah, but even more stupid. I mean, can you imagine holding a grenade-shaped controller with your hand on the stick and the top of it? How uncomfortable does that sound?
If it was a game about throwing grenades, maybe.
It wasn't made for any specific game.
Like if the tossing of the toy grenade, like in your hand, like holding it and pretending to throw it, was like the motion of throwing a grenade, like. I could see that being a thing maybe around the Wii time, but making a controller shaped like a grenade to play regular games is just fucking stupid. It's like making a controller shaped like a chainsaw.
I mean, there is. I found out recently that Capcom also made one for Onimusha Warlords, where they made it in the shape of a katana.
Oh, that sounds amazing!
Yeah.
Yep, it looks so cool. Like
impractical, but it looks a bit.
Like you can even unsheath it as well, which is pretty sweet.
Oh man, that sounds
dope.
What
the stupid ones were? Oh yeah, what were really? Oh yeah, that controller released in Europe that was shaped like Bart Simpson.
What?
The entire body of Bart Simpson was the controller. Was the control stick.
What about the Wu-Tang Clan one?
And even the worst thing this company made, you think about Simpson one they made, they made one shaped like Batman, and they made one shaped like an alien. Imagine how uncomfortable that would be to use as a controller, a Xenomorph.
Yeah, I think there was an National video where he was going through some old like joysticks. Yeah, he had the alien one, and there was one shaped like a Terminator skull as well.
Head one as well.
Yeah.
Imagine like failing to see the whole point of a game controller, going like, let's make these controllers that are stupid shapes. Not realizing that point one of a game controller is you have to be able to use it to fucking play a game.
I mean, there's always been the plug and play controllers where the joystick it's like SpongeBob's mouth. So it's
the Spider-Man one.
Shrek's stick.
Yeah.
He literally points at you, points towards your dick, or the one where it's just the spider penis.
Ew, and this one Shrek's little ogre penis.
Is this good? Is this bad? I don't know, man.
I was thinking when I thought that was Spider-Man. Look at the shape of that one. Yeah, this looks.
Oh no, Scoop! Don't. There's children around.
Well, they're one of those plug and play ones that were basically just a camera with some plastic Ninja Turtle figures stuck on top of it.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, Re-Res video about it.
Yeah.
Re-Res is great.
That's what he does.
The only kind of plug and plays I had when I was younger was the Mega Drive one. Like they had Sonic the Hedgehog, Dr. Bonet's Mean Bean Machine, Golden Axe, Altered Beast, and Flicky on it. And I think I also had like one that was like there's a 1 in 20 Mega Drive games, and they said the sound quality was off.
Well, the first one I've got, and I've still got it, and I don't know if it works or not, or really can plug it into most TVs I've got anymore, is a Sistema TV Boy.
Oh wow.
The original plug and play. If you don't know what a TV Boy essentially was, it was basically like Famicom, and he wasn't an officially licensed thing, even though it was sold in stores, but it had a Atari 2600 games on it, which just the palettes made weird colours, and the developers' names were title screens of the games, and that were it. All of them emulated perfectly fine, they just look weird looking.
If they change the colours, does that make it a derivative work, and therefore they can argue that they're not breaching copyright?
we changed pitfalls, so now the trees are green, and the leaves are blue. Now there, they go into an entirely different game. I just removed the Activision logo there, entirely different game.
It's not your game, because it hasn't got your copyright on it. What's so hard to understand?
Copyright year 216232254.
Hello, young one. Oh, that reminds me. I'm sure those Famicom they used to see in market that would used to be just. This is, you know, I mean, they're all shit like Nintendo 4 ones, like just plugged into the TV. There was this one in my local shopping centre. Every few years, it popped up with some pieces of paper printed off of like latex. It said no console required. Console spelled CONSUL.
I mean,
yeah. Great typo. You're trying to sell a product and you spell it correctly. Spell an advertising word console correctly. I
mean, to be honest, I would love one of the ones that John Tron reviewed, like the one with Wave Boy on it, just to see what the hell was going on with that. Because I swear it looked like a Ranma game. Like one of the characters looked like Ranma.
Yesterday I played around with a typo portable Famiclone that had a 240-in-1 built in. I passed up on it because I don't need one of those, but it had Police Dog Lazy on it, which made me happy, and Nutcracky, like all those horrible Chinese bootleg Famicom games.
The one I got, the straight one, but it came from about late 2019. It didn't have any real like hacks of any games. I mean, they're all original games. What crazy modded hacks and that of anything.
My favourite bootleg sequel game is Lion King 2 on the Mega Drive.
It's a good one. And by it's a good one, I mean it's fucking shit.
No, but about a year later, when the machines came out, all these were always demoing this game in them, and it was this game that was supposed to be some Harry Potter game, but Harry Potter running around kicking things in it and all that. I don't know what original game it was, but it played like someone got a game and they just changed the sprite to Harry Potter.
Are you thinking of Global Gladiators because somebody changed?
Yeah, there's a Global Gladiators set at Hogwarts.
On them Famicom,
Famicom.
Right.
No, those that will not be an original game. That will be what are they called? Team Hummer Team.
Weird bootleg or something.
That'll be a Hummer Team game. They'll have coded that themselves very poorly.
Wasn't there a like of the Titanic game?
Yeah, same engine.
The funny thing about all those machines, if you ever see any place try to sell machines, they only ever have 2 games ever running left on standby when they try to sell them. It's either Mario or Gradius. I don't know why Gradius, but
real games that actually existed as opposed to all the bootlegs.
Yeah. I don't know why it's always Gradius. I mean, you never see any of the later Gradius games on there, which is better. But...
And then, you know what would sell every... Echo the Dog.
Echo the what? Echo the dog.
Echo the Doll.
Dolphin. Yeah?
Because,
Dolphin, yeah.
Well, it's just
clearly
the sound keeps cutting out when you speak, so it's like echo the doorknob.
I could never do.
Sorry. Is that better or is it?
No, I think it's just a Discord thing.
Thanks, Discord.
I never could do Echo the Dolphin. I'm always so bad at that game.
My mum and dad couldn't get past the first screen. That's how bad.
But it does have a weird opening, doesn't it? For a game.
Yeah.
Most games at the time, you just go forwards and you just do something specific just for even to get in past the first screen.
Or how to shit people's pants is just go away to the dolphins and then all of a sudden.
Trying to tornado from nowhere.
And the music does not help that either.
Then the UK comic book version of it, which changes artists like two chapters in. In Sonic the Comic.
Yep.
Which has some really weird looking artwork and literally draws the alien as a regular xenomorph. Not even trying to make it look like the one from the movie, it's the one from the Alien films. Like, what's that look like in the game?
Well, I mean, it almost looks like it, especially in the second game. Like, they do look a bit like xenomorphs.
Yeah, in the second game, but there was no second game probably when that comic was made.
When was it? What date was it released? What year? Sorry.
Echo the Dolphin. I don't know.
Like the comic for it, because if it was,
the comic. I have no idea.
I have no clue.
Because if it was 94, then
it was probably before 94.
Okay, because it was 94 when Tides of Time came out, so
It definitely before 94.
So it's not like the Shining Force adaptation of Sonic the Comic, because that's just so weird. Like they've clearly got the designs from the second game, but they're using the names from the first game or the other way around.
Well, just think about the weirdest thing about Sonic the Comic. The most popular non-Sega character in the game was Sonic character was Decapitax. A game that never got a sequel.
I liked the Decapitax shorts, to be honest, like the
issue 13, 1993 November.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been. So
that was the first Echo.
I saw something shiny.
Where do I go to learn to climb?
Well, there's plenty
Damn
of
it, Moneybags.
There's plenty of odd things in the UK Sonic comic, like the obsession with showing that robot, that unused Sonic one enemy in loads of shots in the early magazines.
Oh, Splats.
Splats. Yeah. Splats the rabbit.
Yes.
Yeah, the bizarre character which for some reason never appeared officially in a video game. I'm not feeling. I don't know if it has now or not. But
Sonic Mania.
Yeah, Sonic Mania.
Yeah, it took it to Mania. It'd been appearing in like UK comics for years. It got a toy in the Sonic and Knuckles line.
It did.
Obviously not even being in the game.
I think it had a McDonald's toy as well.
The first Sonic game wasn't even in it.
There's if I remember correctly, in Sonic Mania you can via debug you can put Splats into Green Hill Zone as a little nod to the fact that it was taken out of Green Hill Zone.
Yeah, a nod to the fact you could do that in Sonic 1 in the debug. Spawn Splats.
It's pretty odd though that they had that on merchandise. They kept putting it in stuff though, but it wasn't in the actual game.
Well, merchandisers don't really know what's in a game or in a TV show.
If you're doing a comic book of it, you must have got...
They're given material. Sometimes that material is far away from release.
Yeah, but the thing is for Sonic and figures it. There was release for Sonic and Knuckles 2 years after Sonic 1 came out.
But remember that Splats did officially have some artwork made of it. Yes, it never made it into the manual because obviously it never was in the game because they cut it as far as we know very late into development of Sonic 1, so that maybe it was a case of that when it was taken out, they'd already made the artwork for it, so they'd kind of just it was easy for that. But once they'd sent like all the Sonic Bible to people making the merchandise, maybe they realized they didn't realize that character was now taken out of the game.
Yeah.
It's not the only time it's happened. I mean, I think the last time it properly happened that most people notice is the 7th Star Wars film. There's multiple action figures of this character called Constable Zufo. He's not in the movie at all. There's multiple figures of him, even a really posh figure of this guy who's not in the entire movie because early scripts and somehow they put him out. Now, why they didn't just put him in one of the later films as a character? The figure would have made more sense. A question.
Hey, there's still time to Lucas him in as a special effect. So.
Well, apparently the character did have some point to the story. The script changed the script and it got cancelled out. But obviously, the figure had been made by just figure anyway.
Speaking of characters getting written out of things, this is actually quite relevant because Star Twinkle Precure.
No! Ah! You can tell I'm on a flying stage again.
Originally, Star Twinkle Precure was only going to be Hikaru and Lala, with the possibility of Uni coming in later in the series. So Elena and the I forget her name, but Kyoslene, they were. Yeah, Madoka, they were actually not in the original draft of the series because the writer of Star Twinkle originally wanted to try something along the lines of Maho Tsukai again, so like a two team at the start and then have a third person join near the end or the kind of middle halfway. But because the toys for Maho Tsukai didn't sell well, Toy kind of had to look, no, you can't do this. We're not having a failure of a toy again. And just look at the price of the upgraded Fua and tell me that isn't something that failed. But so they had to give it. So they gave it a rewrite where they had like Madoka and Elena in there, but they kind of weren't that important. And you could kind of tell with the episodes the guy wrote because he didn't really know what to do with them. It was other writers that had to come in to write for them.
My fire doesn't fucking work! It doesn't kill things!
Happens where they just
yeah, so
I'm getting those fuckers first. Hey Dong Dong, how's it going?
You can't get worse than Beast Wars.
ERBC with those cars, charge them. That it acts as a super. As a supercharge that road.
Right, okay. Thank you. I didn't know about that. There's no, like, arrows to indicate it's a fucking speed ramp.
Exactly. But going back to that's why Star Twinkle it felt a bit off with some of the character development. How it was like even you can admit, ERB, from what you've seen, Hikaru and Lala got most of the screen time.
Yeah, and not only that, they already had their lovers spat and got over it twice in like the first 6 episodes.
Exactly.
So it's like, at this point, what's going to happen? They can't fall out again. It would be lazy writing at this point. They wrote themselves sort of into a corner with
it. Yeah, just watch the end of Star Twinkle and I still love Star Twinkle. I thought it was really good, but it's got a lot of problems. It really does. Like writing, as I mentioned, it's kind of all over the place because because what they wanted to do wasn't, and you can tell because Uni, Hikaru and Lab got a lot like the best in that, and that like. Just keep doing the same thing over again. I mean, as much as I love Elena, I don't like how they kind of kept redoing her story arc, being a whole. I was like, because I'm different, people didn't see me like that, and then yet she's considered the son of Sorry, that's my rant.
Why does that remind me of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where there's actually one of the Yu shows where literally she gets
There we go.
like about apparently the Japanese voice actor joined a cult or something, so they just booted her. They forgot she existed in the show and made no scenes of her after. Yeah, weird, I know.
With Japan, the character tends to get tied to a voice actor, and the idea of changing that voice actor is almost like sacrilege. Whereas in the Western world, oh, somebody does something stupid, just nix the voice actor and get someone else. It's a very different approach to voice direction.
You mentioned that ERBC Persona 5. The original Japanese voice actor of Igor passed away. So to kind of commemorate the guy, they wrote to be a new Igor.
Yeah, to be somebody pretending to be him.
So even the English version does that. They got rid of the original voice actor, who is fucking amazing. I I love these guys. Funnily enough, he shows up in Fire Emblem Three Houses, but he's got a new. But Igor's got a new English voice actor in the version. So the Persona 5, so just to keep it in line with what the Japanese did with getting it as somebody else, so it's not the same Igor as before.
I got a question about the flying stages. There's an orb in this stage.
Yeah,
how do I get it?
For this, like these for Spyro 2 onwards, the speedway stages, they have different, like they have like a challenge in it. So with this one, you have to go and talk to the Fish Queen. But you can also get a skill point if you get rid of all of, at least in the original, if you got rid of all of the fish people that are kind of watching. Like if you just blew fire at them, they would, because like as it says, Spyro 2 has.
So there's fish people, and where the fuck am I looking?
See where all the boats are. You know how like you know where you landed, where those fish.
Yeah.
Those fish they look like they were kind of cheering on. That's where you got to go. And in the original, you got a skill point for torching all the fish. Like all these ones that besides the one that gives you the mission with Hunter, because Hunter's in all of the. Because it is always to do with Hunter. So if in the next speedway, you look out for Hunter, and then it's the same with the third one as well. But it's more obvious where he is because it's Hunter.
Follow Hunter through the rings. Okay.
Yes. There you go.
Sometimes translations do really do weird things. I mean, Beast Wars is a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah, I still like Beast Wars, especially because it's fun fact. It was actually animated by the same guys who did Reboot and who also did the.
Yeah, here's the thing though, there's two versions, two Beast Wars TV shows. The Japanese version, an entirely separate show. Their version is 2D.
What? 2D Beast Wars?
It's got entirely different character cast. English version. It has a scene called Beast Wars Neo. You wondered why lots of the Beast Wars characters never appeared in the TV show? That's why. All those was from the Japanese show. And when it got really stupid is one of the good guys in the Japanese version was the Pillboy. Now, for some stupid reason, Hasbro looks at this character design and goes, we're going to change the colour of this and make it a Decepticon in English. Why can't an insect be a good guy? And they also changed the entire colour of a lot of from the Japanese as well. So the Japanese have entirely different colour schemes and English versions of the same character.
Yeah. So as I was trying to say about the animation, it was done by the same guys who did Reboot, who funnily enough also did the first ever CGI music video with Money for Nothing.
Yeah.
Same people.
Which they actually took the piss out of in Reboot. Where like they were doing like a edition.
I must be the only person when that first aired and got that joke.
Yeah, they started throwing stuff at them when they came out on stage because the creators that hate that that's all they're known for is Money for Nothing, like nothing like their like obviously the
Probably one of the
reboot.
very few people in that first episode aired on TV who actually got that joke. Most people just flew over their heads.
I think they just did it as an in joke, just for people like yourself and you.
Most people wouldn't have got it. But yeah, again, I get all the weird jokes, Toy Story of all the books named after Pixar's old films, so I mean, that most people either, so. They just thought they're just generic words on a shelf.
Oh yeah, because they've got. Oh yeah, because they always have little references to the room that they were in. And I've noticed that in Pixar films. Though you'd probably need to talk to one of my pals who knows a lot more about Pixar than I do.
There was an interesting Easter egg in Toy Story 4. I don't know whether it's been logged or not. But when Woody and Bo Peep are together, there's a moving van that says "Ship It" on the side, and I'm like, yeah. No, don't worry, I do. I ship it.
Thanks, Internet.
I'm like, I've noticed that. I'm sure that's intentional. Yeah, who flew through all the rings? I did.
I still think the most Beast Wars is the Canadian in a kids show named Beasties.
Oh, that's great.
Beasties, yeah. They can't use war in the name of a cartoon. Renamed it the Beasties. I don't think it affected the toys. It was still Beast Wars, but you can't call a cartoon a cartoon.
I mean, to be honest, like that just sounds like a Scottish slang, because that is a bit of Scottish slang for, like a bug is like a wee beastie. So I'm surprised they didn't use that for actually.
The Beast was Scottish though, but yeah, I'm sure that. Another thing about Beast Wars Neo is a lot of the characters outside in figures feels like a giraffe to the kid, which obviously they never.
Yeah. So, I something that I still remember that I find is hilarious that they still haven't taken out of the Luigi Mansion remake on the 3DS, but because obviously they came out in America first, and Bug isn't considered like a it's like a what way to use. They still use that in the UK bit where EGAD says you've got a chance to catch the which usually to me that
that got Sonic Russian Peggy 12 rating.
Yeah.
Which is so stupid, but yeah, there's a version with has a 3+, so I don't know if they all look fine or messed with the age rating to begin. Knowing Peggy the overrated.
My one to kill. I found, speaking see the Sega Classics collection on the PS. They took out Alien Syndrome, the remake of that to go with the age rating in the UK.
I think that was to do with Germany more than.
Appeasing Germany is a whole lot harder than appeasing anywhere else.
It's not the only one. Even Mega Drive collection has Shadow Dance. For some stupid reason, it was still banned in Germany at the time. Illogical reason.
Huh.
I don't know what would have been banned in Shadow Dancer, but.
I mean, they could have just done what they did with Contra and call it Pro Protector.
Yeah, it annoyed me that. I even have a promo version of that Sega collection. I thought the single still on it, but no, it's. It only cost 50p, mind you, so it didn't lose anything. So whereas no one ever mentions that, it's just remove the game entirely. Or because Germany would probably give it an 18 because it's red, but probably the rest of the world will just not change the age rate, so just alien blood, so they don't care.
Yep. Because I mean, I know it's a famous one, but Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time changed red blood to green blood to make so that just kind of coincide with like the age ratings.
Yeah, they don't have any blood in the later version yet. or higher age ratings. Go figure.
There's a skill point for doing this in 110.
Yep. Yep, that's another thing that Spyro 2 does for Speedway from now on, and it's the same in Spyro 3. You have, if you want to get a skill point, you have to do it under a certain time. I mean,
yeah, because these levels weren't already bullshit enough.
That remind me of one of the really weird, silly things Power Rangers did once when Spyro did the Mighty Morphers. They have an episode about the Daruma, but in the entire episode they called it Alien. They even add a scene to it in the episode where you see him put why not just call it a Daruma? Why did you make this rubbish up calling it an alien?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back to it's Sabin and Glitter Force with the Japanese Cultural Fest, the Japanese expo. I still hate that. And how they made the tourists into the people who ran it. And I mean, okay, I'll give them props for calling like the takoyaki Japanese pizza, because it is in a like you know what I mean, like the one that Akane's parents run. I mean, that makes sense because it is kind of a Japanese pizza in a sense, but you know, maybe just call it by what it's really called. You know.
Yeah. Well, Doki Doki did like so much right in that regard, where the original Glitter Force like fucked up, and I think the team must have read my damning review on Random Access. I'd like to think that I'm responsible for that dub being better.
It wasn't just you. There's a guy that I follow who does review of the Pretty Cure series, and he was just as critical as you were. So it's not just been you, it's been other people, like specifically in the Pretty Cure fan base, and a lot of like anime watchers are kind of like, yeah, this is not good. But yeah, like see with Glitter Force Doki Doki, like if you compare it to the Japanese subs, it is almost 1-for-1. Like even like the fan subs is like almost 1-for-1 the script. Like with the original Japanese.
They just cut a whole chunk out. That's all.
Yeah, they just cut out like 20 episodes. Or not 20 episodes, like 15 episodes.
I swear what they'll do at some point is release like Glitter Force Doki Doki, the lost episodes or some shit. And go like, now get a Netflix subscription. Now update your Netflix subscription. Trust us, it's a really good idea.
I think Toei now is trying to scrub herself of the Doki, the Glitter Force logo now, because I think they're trying to go back to they're still trying to get Pretty Cure out into English.
Pretty Cure as
like
Pretty
before.
Cure. It's really not that hard, guys. And if you want someone to voice one of the bad guys, I'm your man.
I mean, I could try for somebody as well, but that, I mean, it's better than getting Keith Silverstein to do two of the bad guys. Yes, he did both, and or Akaoni and Wolf Run, or Ulrich, or whatever you want to call them. Because
Wolf Run's so good. As a villain, I fucking love Wolf Run. He's so good.
You know, you can get a body pillow of him.
I don't want a body pillow of him.
He's the only villain in the entire series of Pretty Cure to get a body pillow made of a villain.
Now, if you could get me like, what's the witch? Like one side is like her as an old lady, the other side is her in the young form.
Oh yes.
Looking guys with the shock sticks have drained all our water. We can't get it back unless someone.
What plastic? I don't know what's going on.
I mean,
what? I can't see it. Alright.
I mean,
yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, just leave it on steps. Yeah, you got a shot.
Oh. Well.
A rare glimpse into the life of Gary.
Hey, Luigi! You need to go take a shit!
Yeah, it wasn't anything gripping, just someone swapping some money over, so...
I'll give you a five. I'll give you a fiver for my lucky wrench. I don't know, Mario. I made a football.
That's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make
What else
it.
are you saying again?
see, it's official size, but not official weight.
There are so many great videos online.
Power Rangers where they went out. There's an episode in the same series where I think Billy gets addicted to a pachinko machine, and they call it a pachinko. It also was the amazing episode line about Five going, ay, it's a pachinko balls.
One of my favourite scenes from Power Rangers to this day is when they fight the pumpkin monster.
I don't understand how that pachinko machine is not a joke. I'm joking. Can I mind my machine? It's literally them fighting a carriage turning into pachinko. Where you just metal balls. Just put a little photocopy of the Power Rangers head glued to the
Sushi
metal
says
ball.
that you're wrong. That it was Rocky, not Billy.
Alright. I'm surprised that whole scene has never become a joke though.
But I still
even when I first saw it.
You've been corrected by, of all people, Sushi Sunshine.
Sushi-san.
I got that on a button, you know.
I just find it kind of that went out of the way to hide Japanese, but then left some like that in.
I have it on a button. I have it on demand.
Yeah, ERBC with those. See with the sharks, you can't deal with them till later on in the level. Just so
right.
you know.
So do I just swim past them or?
No, there's later on in the level there is a bit where there's metal sharks, but you have to pay money bags to use your submarine to get past them. But
money bags.
But yes, but there's there is actually a power up at the very end where you can deal with them if you remember. Remember the other water-based level?
Oh yeah, the fireballs that I can fire
Yes.
underwater. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you defeat them when you get the chance.
Righto.
In the original PS1 game, this level was notorious. You could swim out of bounds just by hugging the boundaries in the extra area where the missions are.
Well, it can't be as bad as going out as bound game where you can skip to the final in under like 3 minutes of playing it.
Yeah, I mean, it actually doing the skip here also kind of trivializes one of the missions because like you're supposed to go to these 6 towers that have got the seahorses' children, but if you just go to the 6th one, it acts as if you got all of them, even though you haven't actually gone into any of them at all. In the original PS1 version of this game, there is a lot of things you can break. Like you can unofficially double jump when charging and jumping at the same time. Like when he's like he can jump out of the animation, and it acts as a second jump. And that way you can glitch yourself to areas you shouldn't be able to. And even in oh god, the first hub world, you can charge in the water at a specific bit at the side of the water in the very big, like that big pool in the very start, to do what's known as swimming in the air, where you can swim in the air obviously and go anywhere, so you can get all the stuff in one go. That has been your glitch facts from Lewis.
Thanks.
So many games are weird.
Praise be to paper.
Don't make.
Yay. Don't praise me. Actually, I'm not that good.
I'm no savior.
I am the devil himself.
You're the
in
big
man's
D.
clothing.
What is it? You're him, the big S. You reminded me of a quote from something Memories, Shadow of Memories, the Konami
yes,
third-person adventure game. You reminded me of a quote from that. You're him. You're the big S. You're the devil.
Oh, that's right. Isn't that guy also voiced by Charles Martinet?
Is he?
Yeah, one of them is voiced by Charles Martinet.
Yeah, that lady character. Weird. Weird, I know.
Because it's called something different in America.
It's called Shadows of Destiny in America, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I know it's.
Or is it Shadow of Memory in America? They changed the name over.
I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's Shadow of Memories here, and it must be the other one.
It's Memories here.
I don't know why it's got two different names. They just do it on purpose to confuse.
Hence, like well, I mean, Konami's used to doing that with Probotector.
Well, no, the worst both like title.
Yeah.
Want to be confused by names? Title.
There's
names the same thing as.
Taito is already good at making shit names to begin with.
Wobble anybody?
Liquid Kids.
What's wrong with that then?
What's wrong with Liquid Kids?
You know what makes it funny? It's Liquid is sort of technically the same to the New Zealand store. It doesn't really have anything mechanically or any characters from the story in it. Why is it a sequel again?
The worst one I've heard is the arcade version of Bomberman being called Atomic Punk.
That's Bomberman.
Yeah,
I see it on the game list and I skip it.
There was this weird time in Europe when none of the Bomberman games could be called Bomberman, and I was just
Dyna Blaster.
No, actually, that game on the Game Boy was actually called it's like Bomber Boy in the UK. Whilst in America it was called Atomic Punk, and just Bomberman GB, and like one of the Bomberman GB games in
Japan. You know what makes it weird about Dyna Blaster is Dyna Blaster and Wario Blast are the same game.
Yeah.
All it did is just add Wario to it.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Right.
Yeah, because Wario Blast featuring Bomberman is just...
It's just Dyna Blaster, it's just the first Game Boy Wario Bomberman game. But the thing is though, the second Bomberman game is so much better than the first one Game Boy. And it came out like, years after Japan.
Is that the one where he's wearing like a hat and he's an explorer? Because that one's fucking tight.
No, Wario only in one game.
No, Bomberman GB2.
I think so.
I don't know. The thing is, with Bomberman GB3 never actually released outside Japan because they took that long releasing 2 outside Japan because they wasted time remaking, just throwing Wario into Bomberman 1 instead again.
Presumably to make Bomberman sell, I guess. I don't really understand it myself.
I think because was it like 93, 94? Because at that point, Wario was like a big thing, especially on the Game Boy, because when he'd been introduced in Super Mario Land 2,
give him a game that just really didn't feel when he stuck out, where he didn't stick out. I mean, they didn't change anything with the game apart from add some Wario sprites, some ending sprites for a minute, and that were it.
Yeah, because like as I was trying to say, like Wario was like pretty big at that time, like both in Japan, America, and maybe Europe. I'm not quite sure because again, I wasn't.
I suppose it could be worse. At least in a game like Alex Kidd and iTech. I'd love to know what they was thinking when they thought that was good. I know, we've got this platform. It's this platform mascot. What are we gonna do? Let's put him in a game which is mostly an adventure game with stupid nonsensical deaths. has like 2 platform segments in it. In a game series, it's meant to be a platform series, and we changed the plot to he just goes to an arcade. We couldn't even be bothered altering any of the sprites really in the game because he lives in a Japanese house still, even though he's supposed to not even be Japanese in this game.
The worst one, I think, well, though thank you Working Designs for not doing this, but originally Sega were going to release Potful Mail as Sister Sonic and going to replace all the sprites with Sonic the Hedgehog characters.
Well, if that did get released, you would have probably got the game. So,
well, I mean, it's not. That's not.
Nothing Working Design ever got released in Europe whatsoever.
No.
Alundra? Arc the Lad?
Well,
surely.
Outside Alundra, that was it. All the rest never left Europe. Never in.
Dragon Force is actually a Working Designs one. That
yes,
was
Dragon
Force.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're also a game originally by Sega though, so.
Yeah, but it's
Sega
still.
probably published it.
It was the original Working Designs. They just took the Working Designs translation, so that's officially the only Working Designs like official script, because like they did Shining Wisdom on the Saturn. But Sega Viewer was like, yeah, no, we're just going to scrap this and just translate it ourselves. And thusly we got the references to Shining Force 2 with Sarah and Chester, Kazan, by putting in their names.
Also, we all know the real worst thing Working Design doing. They're basically just ruining games by making it harder for the sake of it and just great.
Silhouette Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. There was no reason why none of that was needed to do in the game. None.
Or how long it took them to translate Magic Knight Earth for the Saturn.
Maybe actually they were a late game.
In Japan it was released in 1995, like just after the Saturn had launched, and it took them to like the end of the Saturn's life to release it in English.
That's not that new, really, because that happened with some Dragon Ball Z games. When you think about it, I mean, it must be confusing for some people that quite a lot of places got a Dragon Ball GT game before even Z had ended.
Yeah, but here's also the thing: the original Magic Knight Earth had almost every single text box spoken in Japanese. The English version cuts it down to only story like stuff that is to do with the story, like story progress, or like you get a tutorial. That's it. You don't get any more.
So they spent all that time translating it, and they didn't even translate all of the fucking audio.
Because, yeah, they cut out the audio instead of translate. They've got all the lines and everything. You know, everything was in English.
Yeah.
Didn't record the lines because they were running out of time to get it, because Working Designs thought it'd be easy. It'd be like some of the Sega CD games that they'd been released. Didn't realize how much work they had to put into Magic Knight Earth, and like it launched about in 97, 98 in America. And it was like kind of I also heard it was like a low printing as well, so there wasn't that many copies made. And I think they also did a thing that they like to do quite a lot, where they would print 3 different versions of the disc, so that you get one for each of the main characters, like Fu, Umi, and whatever her name was, the kind of who's
Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru. Yeah. Which is really weird. It got to the point where they had to kind of scrap translating any more of the lines and just get the story stuff down, get all that recorded, and get it out before they lost money for for having license for it and all the translation work they'd already gone into it.
That reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh games. They do. The Japanese version of all the PSP. Oh yeah, their voice. The versions outside Japan, no voice acting whatsoever. Yeah, they use all English dub names and have a 4Kids logo on the back, but they couldn't afford any of the voice actors.
Why can't either of you?
But this is where it gets stupid. So alright, so they can't afford the voice actors for the real game. At least a Yu-Gi-Oh arcade game might be on like 200 machines to get the voice actors for that though. But they don't for the proper games. How does that make sense?
No dragons? Wonderful.
I'll never understand that, ever.
We're moving.
It makes no sense, does it? So you get the dub cast for a game no one's gonna play, when everyone's gonna play, you don't.
Professor are shut
with more
down.
people going to buy them have access.
Oh my, oh
Since
my.
the arcade machine
I
was
can't
only
see a
available in
switch.
America.
I think I've broken my glasses.
I mean, what was it I heard? I mean, it's probably most of you know about it anyway. But Sega Sonic the Hedgehog was going to get localized. Like there is data in the ROM itself, like in the old version, that shows that there was English translations for all the dialogue that Robotnik says, even referring to himself as Robotnik instead of Egg. And obviously, as we know about the sprites that were made to look like the Sonic the Hedgehog version of
there was one SATA frame for the Eggman in that game.
Why are they
ROM
going to
data.
put that version in an arcade game?
Not liking dragons?
I think it was maybe when they originally were creating the game and were thinking about bringing it to the other arcade.
Like that show.
Well, keep in mind that this was also the same time they were putting Saddam characters into Sonic Spinball.
Yeah, that annoys me. That ground and scratch. Why can't you get proper figures of them still? The main characters of Sonic still have real figures.
And then obviously,
yeah, I don't know. I was bugging that.
Obviously, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which was westernized into Dr. Puyo from to Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, used Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog robots. And funnily enough, see the game over screen, that is almost a recreation of a shot from the pilot for Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes, it is.
Which amusing enough has the same Robotnik voice, second Sonic cartoon after that one had.
Yep. Oh yeah, because they got Jim Cummings for it, and then they got I forget his name, but it was you know who I mean, the voice actor from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Yes, that's it. ERB, if you want a skill point in here, you have to beat him without getting hit by him, or specifically not getting any fodder like the sheep or that. So you can get hit, but just don't.
How do I hurt the fucker?
See when he's running from the portal to portal.
Yeah.
You have to hit him then.
Ramble
he goes
or flame.
through two different like ones. Like there's the blue one and there's the red one. The red one, fireball, but he'll also try and chase you as well with his club and hit you. So you have to run. Oh wait, so the chasing after you, that's at the near the. Sorry, it's been so. I know so much about this game, but
that shoots forwards.
You can actually get hit by the rocks as well. Just because.
Yeah.
As I said, the achievement / skill does activate even if you've taken the hit, but as long as you don't have any fodder and get any butterflies, then you're absolutely.
Chased me for a while.
Does anyone want to know a fun story about this game and me? Back in, I want to say 2005, 2006, I think it was my 6th birthday. I'd got my PlayStation 1. I think I'd gotten Spyro. I bought the original Spyro the Dragon from a friend, and then got Spyro 3 as a birthday present. But I've seen that the characters like Moneybags is referring to Spyro 2, so of course, being a child, I wanted the second game. So when I had enough money for it, I got the game. However, my mum was on the phone when we were buying it at Game. So when it came to paying for it, the guy asked, "Is that everything?" When he just put the manual in, he hadn't put the disc in. My mum said, like, obviously on the phone was distracted. She said, "Yeah, sure, it's fine." So it wasn't until I got home that I realised that there was no disc. Like I was trying to tell my mum about it, but she no, she just thought the disc was in there, and I was just excited to play it. So we had to go out back to the game before it closed to get the disc, and I did get it back, and then I played it for quite a long time, and I've still got that disc to this day, and it's scratched all hell.
I had something worse than that happen to me once. I'm using that in a game as well. Talking about 20 years ago, probably.
Oh god.
They actually had a blank disc of the game MDK. It was sealed. So I bought it. It was an empty case. There was no game in it.
Sealed.
It was sealed. Somehow, I took it back and they gave me a ring. You know what I got with it? Because they had this on sale at the same time. A Pokemon trading card game. They had this binder trading card set at the time, I think called like Island or something, that came with postcards, and it came in like these special Pokemon cards that are holographic on the corners of them, and the basically the hologram that was on all the text, and the artwork was the non-hologram. That's like reverse of, and it comes with 2 packs of Pokemon cards. And because I enough they were selling these for £1, so I got that as a replacement. They're a mute.
The only story I've got like that is that I once tried buying a used copy of Resident Evil 2 and it only had 1 disc.
Oh.
I've had the Leon disc, it didn't have the Claire disc.
That's rubbish.
So
I've bought games from charity shops where they've sealed it with sellotape, and I unseal it in front of them in the queue, and it's like, well, in the past I've bought games sealed and it's been the wrong disc in there. So I check it.
Yeah. Well, I make it a habit to check that either the disc's in there or it is the right disc, whether it's for games or with DVDs.
Of course.
So see with the cutscene before with Gulp coming in, originally that was like just a door that he could have pushed his head through, and like trying to get in. He didn't actually get into the full room, and then obviously with him trying to get through and kind of trying to push up the door was causing it to crumble, which is obviously again that's I've played the PS1 version so many times. I've kind of know a lot of the changes that they made for this.
Poor Moneybags has died. Rip.
And Moneybags has fallen to the river in Lego City. Quick, get the rescue helicopter.
Build the rescue helicopter. Yeah.
Pull the stretcher and get the Spyro to safety.
We don't do.
Oh no, it's like there's this.
I got it on a button.
Spyro's also in the river, and they get Spyro instead of Moneybags because everybody hates Moneybags.
I've got it on a button, you know.
A man has fallen into the river in Lego City. Start the new rescue helicopter. Hey, build the helicopter. And off to the rescue. Prepare the lifeline. Lower the stretcher. And make the rescue.
It's good. It's a good button.
Yes, that button.
It's always there.
Hooray!
Hey, ERB, what's your favourite button?
Hey!
So many great ones on here.
Nut. Nut. Grab the
Nut.
nut. Steamed hams.
Steamed hams.
Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Oh, I should get that as a button. Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Can't let you do that, Star Fox.
Can't let you do that, Seymour.
Chalmers is giving us orders to take you down.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna learn to climb.
Well, I bet a rich dragon like you wouldn't mind cashing in a
Yeah.
few gems to learn how to climb. I'd be willing to teach
You know what I
to
think
say
about? You
so.
said there were they actually was a series of some episodes of Pokemon skipped on
You
purpose and
won't
they
regret it.
repurposed them as an episode
Use
called
the
Chronicles
left
in English, didn't they?
Yep.
Because they're basically a bunch of episodes wasn't feature, it was about random characters. Decided to make them separate thing.
If I remember correctly, they did a special which was like Legends of the Thunder Pokemon, which is like to do with
Raikou was just in that. Strangely enough, they had some second YouTube movie. Nothing ever got released on DVD or anything. Yeah, that'd be it.
I mean, I know I've got at home. I've got volumes 2 and 3 of Pokemon Chronicles because they decided to put them together for some reason. But I don't have volume 1.
I've got volume 1, I think.
I think volume 1 was like the Legend of the Thunder Pokemon, which was like to do with the Ethan from
Pokemon. The one I've got is Ethan. He's on the front cover.
Even though I think if I remember correctly, at that time he was mostly known as Gold. At least that's what most people refer to him as, because like how it was like red and blue in the first game.
The comics always called them after him, so so would explain why that would be the case.
Spyro, Ripto and Gulp are hiding out in a sealed chamber.
Need 14 talismans.
Yes.
God, have I been streaming for 5.5 hours?
See, the thing about Spyro 2 is that only the first 14 levels have talismans. The rest of them, when you complete them, all just have orbs as your kind of main collection thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
5.5 hours. What
and
the
there
fuck? Spyro isn't that good.
There was a few rumors going about for quite a while about this game, thinking that it was supposed to be 4 hub worlds because they're all named after the seasons. It's been debunked by Insomniac, saying that there never was, and that there was never going to be a spring. Like what people think, I think there's somebody making a new hub world in levels. Was it Spring Savannah, if I remember correctly? But Insomniac said that was never going to be the case. They always plan to just have the Summer Forest, Autumn Plains, and the last one, which I'll name later when you get to it.
I know. I remember those people used to make Pokemon when it first came out. Most of them made no sense whatsoever.
Just like Luigi in Super Mario 64.
Yeah, but the Pokemon's made no sense. Like, oh, you do this happens. I mean,
ERB, just so you know, anywhere you step, any ground you're on, you can charge, and you'll do a supercharge.
Right. Okay.
Just so it'll help you with those guys as well, and
so I could get the people in the snow speeders by.
And the really old funny fakes called the Pokegods, and literally just a photograph of Ridley from Metroid. I mean.
Yeah, wasn't there was
a woman Diablo didn't even change the sprites look anything like Pokemon. But yeah, these existing Pokemon, things look entirely nothing like the rest of the game.
Wasn't there like a rumor that you could evolve Dragonite into Yoshi?
Yes.
Probably a Mew free.
Yes, there was a Dragonite evolves into Yoshi rumor.
They're all complete nonsense, obviously.
Of course.
People that have the games.
The picture in gaming magazines, it was so fake.
Most magazines never talked about these kind of stupid rumours, though.
It was all unofficial magazines that did, obviously.
Yeah, and then Shenlong became an actual character in Street Fighter.
Yeah. Not much of a joke anymore, the character this.
Yeah, I'll admit it. When I was a kid, I did believe the whole Waluigi thing in Super Mario 64 DS. Yeah,
well,
I know.
Why would it be 4 doors? I mean, it's a perfectly sensible thing to believe.
thing is, when you get all the silly ones like I'll type this code in music, Croftics or she takes her clothes off and all that. I don't get how anyone believes that.
There is a Lara Croft nude cheat. She takes all her clothes off.
Yeah, not official.
It just so happens that to do so, she explodes. But she takes all her clothes off.
Put that in as an in joke in the sequel.
She explodes all her clothes off.
And there's also in Dynamite Ducks. There's that cheat where it changes the story entirely with the whole Dynamite with them. I've enabled it with a hex editor. It's real.
That's real.
In the Amiga version, it's real. That exists.
Yeah.
That is real.
Yeah, but did you find that first? Didn't you?
No, I made a non-watermarked video of it because because Guru Larry, in his infinite wisdom, he's like, I've discovered this thing, so I'm gonna make sure everybody credits me. Here's my video with a watermark on it. And I'm like, okay, I understand, but you can't watermark shit like this. It's important. It needs to be logged for prosperity. You do not put a fucking watermark on it. So I downloaded an Amiga emulator. I got hold of the ROM. I made the changes in the ROM in hex to enable it, and then I recorded it because it's like, I get he wants to be credited for his discovery. Yeah, fantastic, but that's the kind of thing you don't put a fucking watermark on. The cutting room floor will, like, ban your ass if you start uploading screenshots that have fucking watermarks in them.
I never understood that when you get people who old TV adverts. You don't own it. Why are you putting a watermark?
Yeah, why are you writing your fucking ugly name all over the fucking page?
Exactly.
You just found it. You just ripped it and put it on a tape. You don't own it.
Yeah, it's not something you fucking made. It's a scan that you took with your scanner, but it's not something you fucking made.
Maybe that's what Miami Mike did at Dragon Con.
What?
Have you not seen that image of it's like from like a Dragon Ball Z, like a fan sub from years ago, where it's like there's a guy named Miami Mike. He must have been like one of these fan subbers back in the day, and it's like it's like thanks to all who that is like a thanks to everybody who's like who helped us with this, except for Miami Mike. We know what you did at Dragon.
That's funny.
That's what just fan stupid stuff like that in the things. You look at those old PC, old hacked old console games, and this was done by this cracker. They always have these random intros written in it.
Because it's like
just so that these people who do them do.
It's just like it's been like a mystery for years what the hell this Miami Mike has done at Dragon. It's like people have been trying to track it down to try and find out what the actual hell he did. But
no one knows anything. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just some made up rubbish somebody put in just for a laugh. I mean,
oh no, it's true. Apparently, from somebody who knew the guy, it's true what he did. Apparently, he did do something at Dragon Con, but nobody knows what it is.
Yeah, a sandwich there.
Well, there was that guy at Dragon Con that threw himself down the stairs.
Could have been. Or if you
it
want
might
to
have been him.
Hunter, if you want to find Hunter in in that level at ERB, there's one that is the igloo to the side where you start. That's where he is.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, we just said earlier, but I was going on about Miami Mike.
It's like you find old. It's like if you find old friends that used to upload them using put their own intros in. It's like, look.
Oh shit! I can't fly anymore. I forgot. Dies.
All these old uploads of old video, TV shows that used to be found online. People used to put their own intros at the beginning of them. I was like, why? You didn't put them anywhere through the episode. Get it.
Well done,
I don't know.
Spyro.
All the weird ones are there.
I mean,
anyway, Guru Larry like makes up in his videos some slightly on purpose anyway, so people don't copy his information.
Now, he said that that's what he does. I think he just said that to cover his ass because he fucked up and made a mistake.
In one video, it literally the guy who plays Grandpa Monsters in Gremlins 2. He's not. It's not him. That's a character meant to be parodying, but that's not the same dude. The actor.
I like Larry and all. He's great, but everybody has their problems, and Larry has some problems.
He also got his when he said Ball Bobble 2 on the DS was unbeatable. He never mentioned that it's only the US glitch. Which is true, it's only the US. The European versions is high copied on. Or as I call it, the Ball Bobble curse, because so many versions of that game have problems only found in the US versions. It's so weird. And there are always the versions that come out after everything else as well. So it makes it stranger. How is this happening? Specifically with the characters from the series. I don't know if there's any meaning behind it, but it's so awful.
I was going to say earlier, it's like when we were talking about like that if you'll probably remember when the fan sub version of anime where like they would just get a wall of text describing what exactly these like the honorifics or Japanese meanings are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where you'd have to literally stop the episode to see what they're talking about.
What included translation, this means plan.
Yes.
I can't remember who it was. It might have been Viz, but when they do manga releases, they have like pages at the back with what the things mean, so they're not filling up the fucking manga page with that garbage.
I think Yen Press does that as well.
Is it Yen Press? It might be a Yen Press thing.
But oh, did you hear about Viz? What's happened recently with the manga that they've been publishing?
That sounds pretty vague and salacious. What?
So, I'm assuming some of you know about Ruby, you know, the Rooster Teeth animation.
Oh yeah.
You know how it's got a manga?
Yes.
Well, the most recent chapter of the manga...
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, that.
What's the problem with having villains that act like fucking villains?
Well, no, it's not that. It's more the fact that how it looks. Because.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's because they're villains.
I'll remind everybody that Ruby is 15 years old, and it seems that the connotations to what they're saying is that it's like he's gonna have them fuck her. That's just like what it looks like.
It's manga, mate.
I know,
and they're villains.
But it's
God forbid villains act like fucking villains.
But it's the fact that it's like sometimes like I can't remember who it was that said they would translate the Komodo no Jinkan manga. But they had to stop it after one volume due to cultural reasons, i.e. because it was kindergartners / nursery school kids that wanted to fuck their teacher.
Yeah. I
am not joking about that.
Yeah.
I know about that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the cultural reasons they had to stop. Whichever one had to stop.
Why don't you pick something up without reading it first?
Oh, just look at the people who I think is it Viz is also. If I remember correctly, they are translating interspecies reviewers. The manga.
Yeah, but the manga's probably less tame. It's supposed to be like more tame. So.
Because that's what they want you to think.
Well, I don't know. I haven't read it. It's not something I'd probably ever read. So
I've not read it either, to be honest. I'm just joking around. But the whole thing about Viz and the Ruby manga, that I'll probably link because I've got a photo of the page. I'll probably link it in Discord at some point. But Jesus, it's not looking good.
It's pretty good, yeah. I had absolutely no idea there was a Ruby manga. Now I might actually check it out.
Yeah, it's been going for quite a while, but it's been kind of really slow with the volume updates in terms of like getting them in Waterstones. I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I only know this because my ex used to read them a lot. I haven't read them yet, to be honest. I've only been catching up because friends have been telling me about what's been going on with the Ruby manga.
Mm-hmm. Why are these guys only worth 1 second? That's not fair. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to do this one.
Oh yeah, if you before you well about that speedway, if you want the special orb, you have to look for the guy who is with the top hat. He's the mayor of the city. That's who you need to talk to get that orb challenge.
Righto. Are these Bonzi buddies? They look like
yes,
Bonzi buddies.
You know you can get a Bonzi buddy plush, like a plushie.
Well, yes, but no. Good luck finding it.
Yeah, it's
the official Bonzi buddy plush.
Was it the
Pat
YouTuber
Mac's got
Pat
one.
Mac?
Yeah, Pat Mac's got one.
So I'm kind of jealous of the plushes he's got, even though I'm not really a guy who gets plushes. To be honest, I'm still a bit jealous of like how he's got a so
proper plastic figures. I don't mean super expensive ones. I'm fine with the cheap ones if I look.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like a case of like I haven't had like a plush I've maybe got like one or two from like cons, but that's mostly to do with cosplays. Like I've got a Monokuma at home.
You know that I used to collect them, right? Guess how many plushies I own now?
How many?
Like 6 total. I own the Street Fighter set, and I have the Yorha Type 2 B. The official Square Enix mini plush. That's it. I stopped collecting them. They're nice to have, but I don't have the room for them when I've got shit tons of DVDs and Blu-rays and video games as well.
Yeah.
Video games take up less space.
I'm just kind of happy that a friend of mine gave me the Homari plush as the Q-Etoile, because I love it.
She is a Homare run, absolutely.
Yes.
I made that pun in Real Asia, and I'm sticking with it. It's a good pun.
It is a good pun. Because, in my money, Haruto was like the last really good Pretty Cure series. Like it went a bit down the hill with Kira and Maho Tsukai. Because to be honest, I'm not a big fan of Maho Tsukai.
I think I like Kira because
I'm not.
Because of the blue-haired girl with the lolly fang and everything.
Ah,
perfect.
Yes. Yeah, I'm no dissing them at all. It's like in terms of like compared to like say like Doki Doki and Smile, which were really high.
I understand that both of those are like the best
pretty much like they are the best of like kind of the newer style of it, the older style I would say, because Heart Catch definitely goes into that, and so does like Fataliwa, Splash Star. Yes, Pretty Cure 5 was actually pretty solid as well.
Go. Pretty Cure Go.
No, actually, Pretty Cure 5 Go was actually, it could have been the death of Pretty Cure.
Could it?
Yeah, because the toys and the anime didn't. So the reason Fresh Pretty Cure did something different with like the whole it starts off with a team of 3 and then they get an extra one at the end, like the a la Mark's Heart. They did something different, like had the villain become like one of the Pretty Cures. That was to try and keep the series going, because if it failed, Pretty Cure would have been pretty much gone.
Wow.
Yeah, it was that tough, and then obviously they realised that the kind of fresh, as kind of what they call the fresh formula worked, so they kept going with that for quite a while. That's why you've always got the kind of
I missed one. Oh, Twinkle, pretty killer. Okay, I'll try again.
So that's why you've got kind of what is the kind of fresh formula, as they kind of say, but it's more known as the Heart Catch, because Heart Catch did it the kind of way that it's been mostly done. Like for instance, Star Twinkle Pretty Cure followed the Heart Catch formula, where you've got a pink and a blue cure, and then a yellow and a purple cure follow afterwards.
They probably, is it the color specifically that works, or is it like the writing?
Like it's more the colors and how some characters get more development than others. Like for instance, like Itsuki in Heart Catch, who was actually written pretty well, considering it's like, Itsuki was trying to look up to her brother, but yet was acting like a male to be like her brother, if you know what I mean. Like, cause like his brother was kind of like, her brother was kind of sick, that kind of typical anime kind of sick, if you know what I mean. So like she kind of like acted like a boy, dressed with like a male school uniform, that kind of stuff.
Have we actually had? Sorry to interrupt. Have we actually had a male Pretty Cure? I mean, other than Sebastian.
Technically yes.
All right, cool.
In Hugito, we've got a male cure.
Because we had a male cure in was it Doki Doki? Sebastian.
Yes.
But that was just like a joke character for a one-off episode. Like, I want like a full-on guy Precure.
Here's the thing. It was debated if because I can say the name because I'm pretty sure, was it Cure Echo, if I remember correctly, or Cure Infinity? I can't remember which one it was. I know it's one of them because I think, oh no, Cure Echo's the one from the films. Yeah, the films have got their own Pretty Cure. It's not as complicated as it sounds. It was, though, really in reality she should have joined the Smile Pretty Cure group because she was kind of looks like a Smile Pretty Cure, kind of acts like one as well. So, yeah, it was Cure Infinity as the one from Hugito, but at the same time, like it's got a kind of message of anybody can be a pretty.
You don't have to be a cute girl with rainbow-coloured hair.
Yeah,
Men can be pretty cute too.
It's kind of like one of the messages it kind of gives at the end.
There we go.
So,
140. What do I have to do this in? Like 112, wasn't it?
I think so. Usually it will tell you in the achievement. But yeah, like the kind
I
of
did
like
it. It was 115, and I did it. Woohoo! Okay.
Yay! But
it's cool. I can leave.
But yeah, like the whole thing with like the formula is that it's always you start off with 2 cures, most likely a blue and a pink one, and then afterwards you get
image collection. Long
get
time
a yellow
no see.
one show up, and then you get a purple one at the very end. It's usually considered the most overpowered one of them all, which is kind of what Uni was in Star Twinkle. or Cure Cosmo, whatever you want to play.
Right, the foreman. I'm probably thinking that big oil rig in the background. Wait, no, this is just a regular place.
Yeah, it's because that's why like they obviously I know Pretty Cure is a formula and it always has been, like in terms of like what they do doing that, but it's like it's kind of been more obvious than before, like especially Happiness Charge. That was that, I mean, I enjoyed it when I first seen it, but man, does that season have a bit of problems. Because it's like, it's hard to explain because it's been like, I watched Happiness Charge back in, was it 2014, I believe? 2014, because Go Princess, which is, that's one you need to watch at some point. Go Princess Pretty Cure. That is like out of the clump that was up from like Happiness Charge to about Kira. That was probably like that was the most solid one out of all of them. That was really worth watching. Which, funnily enough, did do the. It actually did use the kind of the heart catch formula, but it did its own. But it did its own thing, and it could get really dark at times, like Smile Pretty Cure dark.
Oh right, nice.
Yeah. So it's definitely one that I would recommend. Maho Sakai, I know you gave it a chance with the first episode, but to me, I didn't really enjoy it personally. Like not to say that I didn't enjoy it when I watched it. I did enjoy it, but it just didn't feel as like good as Go Princess was.
I could tell from one episode that, you know, you've already got 2 Pretty Cures, and we know their names. That at that point you've pretty much done all the character development you can do with 2 Pretty Cures. So I dread to think how long that show lasts for with like 2 Pretty Cures before they have to shoehorn in a third in order to make it interesting.
About 25, 26 episodes before they get Cure Felice, who, I mean, it maybe just maybe me, but it's like she goes her magic wand from like a small size to like a small one by kind of going it up in size. Like I don't know why, it just looks like she's stroking a dick to me. Maybe that's just my perverted mind going, but that's what it looks like.
Alright, I have been summoned, so I'm going to bring the live stream to a close. When I started streaming today, I wasn't intending to stream for 6 hours. But I'm glad I did, because it chilled me the fuck out. And by the way, I have to make an adjustment to this ticker, don't I? Members. No, how
I'm
about...
not far off anyway. When I've been doing this, I've just been playing Pokemon, just getting money up. Yeah, I'm nearly there. I need to get fight a few more Pokemon and a fully IV shiny deal.
Nice one. Right, okay. I'm going to bring the stream to a close then. I'm going to drop out of the voice lobby first. So thank you very much for joining me, everybody who's joined me today. It's been nice just like hanging out and chilling out. After the day I had yesterday, this was very much required, and I'm glad that you guys stuck with me today. Alright, I'm going to go now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Take care, everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
And thank you, everybody, for catching the live stream today. I appreciate that. Even though we didn't really get like anything done in like a mainstream sense, like in a main story game that I would play over and over and over, just like playing Spyro and just chilling out has been very relaxing. So thank you very much. Until next time. Oh wait, I haven't done the sign out command though. Let's watch as my laptop dies trying to type it in. Okay. Go. Been typed in. Until next time. If we live that long.
I can't stop.
King Kong's fucking condom.